We are in, everyone. Hello, everyone. There are some things that you do not know, but I'm happy to tell you about them. And they are that our cast is in a mood. And what does that mean for us?
The banquet.
For you. I suspect
It's going to be a fun banquet.
They're in a very good mood. And whenever players are in a very good mood, they usually murder people. So, who knows?
Finally!
Whoa. I feel like there's only 2 players that have done that on screen yet.
Okay.
I don't think that's true.
Never say never.
I don't think that's true. So...
What?
Yeah, this is how we're going to do it. See? This is how we're going to do it. I'm going to do the spiel, and then I'm going to throw to you all where I'll ask you an exciting question, but in the process of asking you the exciting question, when I introduce you, I'm going to introduce you with your how you are implicated in murder, each one of you. So we're going to start
we don't have time for that for Carla. We only got like so much time.
This is fair. This is fair. Welcome, everyone. It's Foxhole Friday, and this is The Gamblers, which is our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign with the officially best space privateers in the known space. In all of the charted space, these are the best. Not everybody knows it yet, which is on one hand good, on the other hand less good. It sort of just depends. We have some of the most prestigious people from Drinax here with us, and also some of the best and most wonderful players. If you would like to help us out, you can do that by watching the show. That's the big one. And tell your friends about it. You can, if you're watching us on YouTube, you can like, subscribe, and leave comments, which I have right over here, which I'm going to read in a moment. You may also, if you like, give us tips and bits. And if you leave a message, I will read those out at the end of the show. And we also have a Patreon, which is over at academicfoxhole.com. Also, we have merch, which is there's a merch link. And if you are one of our special sponsors, which is a $200 tier, which will pay for 4 cast members for 1 week, then you get a special shout out in a radio ad. And let me see, all of that sort of support goes to help pay for the cast, which is very much appreciated because, I think it's really important. I mean, look, here's the thing. They need to go and pay for their therapy after I torture them so much, like I do every single week. So just one of those things. It's just try to be nice about it. And I think that's all so yeah, and also you have a Discord. You can join us there and hang out with us and chat. So I think that's all of that stuff. No, I've got to read the messages first. I've got messages to read. There's no There's no escaping until messages are read. I also have perhaps one or two too many windows. There it is. Okay. Far fewer windows than normal. But we did have some lovely comments coming in. We have one from... so we have a brand new watcher, by the way, who I've noticed, a brand new person who's been making comments on our videos coming in from, actually starting from season 1. So welcome, brand new folk. That is Michael Burrell. So welcome. But so we have had some comments. Yeah, so Michael Burrell, who's one of our new players, says about episode 8, pole position from season 1. I'm sorry, but I couldn't find in your Apple Music library. That was Sue. Rufo says, every so often I come up with something funny. Glad I could get chuckles from you all with that one comment. That was when Rufio just cracked me up last week. Also, says Rufio, totally ruined my work week by watching this on Saturday instead, but I'm working my solo Drinax playthrough and I need great Traveler stuff playing right now. And y'all are the greatest. So yeah, which...
Officially.
Also, it's actually an important note also from Rufio that Drinaxian Schmoot is the hottest music trend on this side of Cliawaha, which is true. That is a well-known fact. Michael has a comment on episode 9, Cattle Call. I was hoping that Wesley's mom was Beverly Crusher and his dad was a famous admiral in the Imperial Navy. That makes Severance also, Michael doesn't know about the admiral promotion yet.
Self-promotion. Let's just asterisk that.
If you can't promote yourself, who's going to,
Yeah. Self-promotion. Michael also says about season 2, episode 1, which was our Harlock solo episode that started off season 2. Wow, simply great plot, story, and role-playing. Love for 12-year-old the Harlock. 12-year-old the Harlock was adorable and also had knives. So that's adorable. In case... Yeah, right? That was the adorable part, the knives. Stephen Dwyer says about our episode To Sleep Perchance to Scream, you guys amaze me. Ari, your ability to act in the moment, impromptu, amazing. All of you all are amazing. The way you all flow is so flawless that it looks scripted. Amazing. It is not scripted. Let me tell you what, if it were scripted, I wouldn't have lost my hair. No, they're fine. Okay. So, Satix has had this exciting advice on. We have another new watcher. Season 1, episode 4, first score. Oh. Hey, here I am crossing my fingers that the crew realizes that leaving the illicit cargo and only seeing the insured goods probably has a way better chance to keep the smugglers on their good side than the inverse would, as that would severely minimize their losses. The suspense is killing me. Edit. 2 hours later, at the end of the episode, this turned out to be even better and more riveting than I had anticipated. Such a different style of DMing and playing than what I'm used to. Can't wait to watch the next episode. And since they finished up, this was a brand new watcher, Satix's, who also has a comment for you. Hashtag Team Severance all the way. This would be after the murder of our pirate queen. Just noting that one in case.
What?
Hashtag Team Severance in the chat.
Yeah, we got some Team Severance in the chat.
Some chaos right here.
I feel like Severance is becoming a really good role model. Murdering pirate queens.
Thank you.
Charging 50% interest.
Weekly.
Weekly.
I mean, a week.
Hey, it's been forgiven. When are we going to forgive him? Hashtag it's forgiven. Let's forgive him. New bumper stickers. New merch.
Now I know what you're getting for Christmas, Cord.
Ooh. Our very last comment is from Rufio that just came in for our last episode and says, yo, I'll tell you what I want. No, that's not what Rufio wrote. Rufio was saying something else.
Rufio.
Yo, I was thinking Tim Curry for Severance too. Because obviously, just based off my love for Muppet Treasure Island alone, Curry makes a great pirate. And with the way Severance interacts with people, Tim Curry definitely could pull that off very well. I agree. Like, also, yeah, I'm just saying. But Quint's character gives me strong vibes of the actress who played Sonya in the original Mortal Kombat movie.
Oh.
Pete Sampras's wife.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also, I don't know
Bridget
why, but I feel like, oh, yes, she's good. I don't know why, but I feel like Wesley would be played by Michael Cera. Just like the weird awkwardness he often displays and the way the crew interacts with him gives strong Cera vibes. LeMayo. Those were lovely, lovely comments from you all. Thank you. I appreciate all of you who comment and watch and hang out, and I appreciate that those on YouTube give the greatest comments, and those here live give us suggestions for titles. Boom. But we need to introduce our amazing players. So, here's your question. And is this question shenanigans? Perhaps. Do I like sometimes to give questions that are indeed shenanigans? Absolutely. So, I was pondering something, philosophical. I was pondering, ooh, Quint gives you Cynthia Rothrock vibes? Volpez, yes, absolutely. Cynthia Rothrock vibes all day long. Cynthia Rothrock, yes, madam, Cynthia Rothrock, and also Michelle Yeoh. There's that final battle sequence is, if you want some, go watch it. Anyhow, so good. I mean, just anyhow. So what I wanted to say was, I was pondering philosophically about whether or not your birth determines the course of your life in a science fiction sort of way because of who our characters are. Does blood will out? Does your lineage determine everything about you or anything about you? And, there are quite a few people here on this ship who have complicated lineages with many stories that have implications all around. And I also feel like perhaps the people on this ship may have different feelings about inherited valor and systems that say that some people are just better than others. There's just some questions I got. And with big names, some of the people on this ship have very big names. Some of them do not. So our question is going to be...
the biggest name.
Well, it could be bigger. You could add
You're
some more
right.
things to it.
You're right. What's in a name? I can
What?
tell you what's around the name.
Hey, it is
Ooh.
not the size of the name.
No, it is.
It's just how you spell it?
Yeah. No, how you use it.
Oh, yes.
I'll sort myself out now.
So,
Thank you.
the question I would like y'all to answer is, how does your character feel about sort of... the Solomani don't have nobility, but the Third Imperium does. And there are a lot of people here who these things matter to them quite a lot. And then it sucks to be you if you're not from those lineages. What does your character think about the stories of grand lineages that are either attached or not attached to them and to many people in this universe? That's the question. And I'm going to start off with the character with a kill count of at least one. Oh, two. 1.5. The Admiral Baron Severance.
Who's the second? Oh, okay.
Well, it's tricky, because really, Mary Moore killed you, but then you were like, uno reverso, you might have killed that body, but I'm taking yours. So it's like, who killed who? That's like, I feel like it's 1.5. Because the second one, the half it's tricky. Cord.
Takesies, backsies. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord, aka Mythomatic. I stream these days, which has been a lot of fun. Follow me, twitch.tv/Cord, where I'm doing a lot of Star Citizen roleplay. So if you want to see us, and if you're interested in Star Citizen and whether or not it is actually a game to play, I play it. So come by and hang out. I've been doing that in the morning, so come by, check it out. Mondays, I have my my homebrew setting of Dungeons and Dragons known as Spellwind. We're doing a comedic heist campaign. Come check it out. It's a lot of fun. But I also have a TikTok. Go follow that. This is Cord. @ThisIsCord. Thank you. And self-promoted admiral also self-promoted me. Go follow my TikTok. And hi everyone, I'm Cord. What was the question? It was
How
what
does your
is
character feel
the
about this
lineage
sort of
and how do I
idea of these
feel
like
and stuff about it?
grand lineages?
Yeah. Well, Severance thinks it's dumb, obviously, because I think he's spending a lot of his life trying to make his own or
Yeah.
fighting against lineage,
Yeah.
whether or not like what's inherited. Because I don't think
Yes.
he has ever realized, I don't think he's ever inherited anything until, I don't know, most recently where he inherited almost everything. And including the body. But
Yeah.
like, so it's he's always been fighting against lineage and um, uh, and heritage
Uh,
and nobility and trying to prove his nobility. So it's sort of like it's I don't know. It's just I don't know if I have more to say. I think he just does. He's sort of like against it and wants to sort of fight it. He's
may I ask you a
challenged
follow-up
by
question?
lineage. Yes, you may. Please
So I
help me
get
out.
that. That makes a lot of sense. But now you've got this body that you're currently inhabiting that has all this muscle memory that is not yours. And
Right.
people seem to have a lot of feelings about that
That
body.
body. Yeah.
Some of it not good. And this body that you've inherited has got memories attached to it, some of
Yes.
which are not ones that are yours, although I suppose they are now. And that's an
Uh-huh.
interesting idea about inheritance as well.
Right.
So that context for you. Go on.
Well, that's juicy. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, so like that's weird. I mean, like it's I don't like it's hard because it's like I don't know.
Yeah.
He could still fight it, and I think he still is
Yes.
fighting it, right? He's
Yeah.
still in fight. He's still fighting lineage and heritage. And then when he inherited this new body and now these new memories, he's still sort of fighting it
Yeah.
because he wants them to be his own. He wants to
Yeah.
live his own life. He wants to make his own name, even though he's
Yeah.
literally made up from someone else's name. He is a
Yeah.
clone.
Yeah.
Um, so it's not two people make a new person. It was one person
Yeah.
makes a copy of themselves, and
Yes.
there's and he's trying to prove that he is a new person, and now he's trying to prove, I think even more so than ever, that he is his own person, even in this uh, 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 in the ancestral. I'm sorry, the automaton that is being populated by ancestral synapses. I think he is
Yeah.
still trying to fight that, or at least is challenged by it. And
Yeah.
that is, I think, what is also fun about Severance is surprise people. He thinks like I do sometimes. And when I'm challenged, I want to, of course, push myself through it. And sometimes if I'm not challenged, like a lot of the time in TTRPGs where I throw chaos into stuff because I'm like, it'll be fun if we had to deal with this. So, like, if things are going by too easy, I like to throw some chaos, and I feel like he's the same way, where he now will, though he sort of has and can live this fake life
Yeah.
of just being like, I am now Mary Moore. I can now have this fame and
Yeah.
fortune. He's
Yeah.
like, I still want to be something else.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Mary Moore, or thank
Yeah.
you for this beautiful gift of this challenge, because now I can still prove
Yeah.
my uh, my identity. And I think
Yeah.
I think, wow, this is what a great question this was, because I thought it was an easy answer, which it is,
No.
but also now it's more juicier than I thought. Is
Mm.
he is still um, he is still fighting for his identity through the idea of inheritance and lineage.
Yeah. Ooh. All
Thank
right. Now
you.
let's think about our next person up for this question about inheritance and lineage. Someone who has killed, let's see, how many people has this person killed?
Can't be me.
Ooh, tricky, tricky. it seems to me as if this person has killed probably quite a few people off screen. Many people off screen, but on screen has been pretty chill. Has been trying to make sure that people don't get killed instead, but who also has a very complicated relationship to lineage and inheritance. Rocket.
I had everything
America.
queued up. I was ready. um, Hi everyone, it's me, your friend Rocket Fox, who, as always, is your second favorite person. Yeah, you can find me in all the places, most these days on Instagram, TikTok, etc. I'm doing makeup stuff and making stuff from the Dollar Tree. It's a great life I lead. But yeah, getting to the question, also for anyone who may be new among us, hi, welcome. It is wonderful to have you. Come back. But also, I am playing Harlock, who is maybe or maybe not Zodani, which is to say, rolled high in the psionics, and may or may not be a spy. Uh, it in with the espionage and the whatnot. Um, that all being said, her lineage, she comes from a noble family, which it's a planet it's not in the main, it's not in the city, but more of like an outer suburb, if you will, if we were looking at it that way. Um, but in that area, they're higher tier over there. It's probably, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I think they are the noble family of that particular spot.
Planet.
Yeah.
But of course, the thing is, the Zodani are a meritocracy. If you don't have psionic powers, then you don't get to be a noble anymore. But if you do have really good psionic powers, then you get to be elevated to nobility.
You get to be as special as they want you to be, because that's where your life choices get to go.
Yeah.
So I think initially she went into training really early, so I don't think it was really something she was thinking too much about, just because when you're going through a lot of training, there's only so much you really have the spoons for. I think it probably wasn't until she started getting sent on missions and stuff where she was actually more exposed to non-nobility that it started kind of becoming a little more clear, because like a lot of the early missions would have been around in the Zodani space and areas, things like that. I think for her, she's real utilitarian. I think in terms of her own nobility, it's like, well, it got me XYZ. I'll use it when I need to, if it gets me something that I need. I think she otherwise has incredibly low levels of respect for people based on social standing. Like, it's more, listen, can you outdo me in a knife fight? Like, are you good at something specifically? Are you useful to me? Are you in my way? And kind of looking at things along those lines, I think is a lot of how she rolls with it.
Yeah. I will note, of course, that you do have an ancestral psionic blade that you carry with you, which has...
That is something that being nobility didn't give me. It's true.
Yes, with a great lineage, your aunt, very well respected. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking...
I think she just has really. Is it useful or not? Yes. Cool. No. Move along.
I think it's fascinating how the Harlock has no feelings and is only utilitarian, but I remember last week when there were some tears going down for reasons. So I think that perhaps the Harlock might, perhaps the Harlock doth protest too much.
I know nothing about that. I don't know anything about whether or not that would be a useful thing or not, ... et cetera, et cetera. Hey, at least about nobility, though.
Oh yeah,
There may be certain
absolutely.
things she has feelings, certain people she has feelings about, nobility not being among them.
Not being among them. Speaking of people who are not noble and may have feelings about nobility, this would be a person whose character has killed at least 4 people on screen deliberately. My fave buddy Greg. Who are you? Who are you playing? And who does your killed at least 4 people on screen? What do they think about lineage? I mean, Val's dad cares a lot about lineage. Yeah, lineage and inheritance. The things that you inherit from your
Sure, right.
forebears.
Hi, everybody. My name is Greg. I'm in Warp Reactor over on YouTube, and I'll be playing Dr. Valentine, Val Morrissey, here on Travelers, Pirates of Drinax. I will tell you this. Val doesn't think about lineage at all. At all.
Hmm.
Doesn't cross his mind at all.
Hmm.
Greg will tell you, though, that Val should be thinking about it because if the medicine or the school of psychiatry is correct, the process of breaking the trained habits of parent to child is a very, very difficult step. And if you just ignore it, you are not addressing the issue. And Val is just ignoring it. So there you have it. While he doesn't accept it, it doesn't mean it doesn't affect him.
Oh, so there's this great country song by Pam Tillis, and it's called Cleopatra, Queen of Denial. It's really good, and Val might like it. He might not get the reference, but I'm just saying, like he might like it.
He might like it, sure, yeah. Especially if it doesn't make him think about anything.
Yeah, absolutely. What I think is interesting is the way in which Val has, as we learned last week, that Val's subconscious is so strong that it will protect him from knowing things that he cannot know at this moment, which leaves Val in a, yes, as Coldrake says, Val's brain and emotions are hyper compartmentalized, right? Which is a
defense
trauma
mechanism.
response. Yeah, right. It's a trauma response and defense mechanism, which gives him complicated relationships to inheritance, right? Because I don't know if he even remembers certain things. And that's very interesting. But what you don't know can't hurt you.
Of course. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
Right? Yeah. Speaking of people who have no issue with inheritance whatsoever, one of our, I think the person with the highest kill count out of the entire crew would be someone who has, through their great piloting, engaged in dogfighting and was responsible for the death of at least 10 to 12 soldiers on Thebes. And who knows, just since we've been here, almost murdered Evan, our Vargar steward, is probably the most bloodthirsty and murderous of them all, played by Ari. Ari, who are you? Who are you playing? And what does your character feel about inheritance and lineage?
Until you said the piloting part, I was like, "Oh, this can't be me. This is obviously Wendy. Like, there's no way." And then I was like, "Oh, right, Tarika did do that."
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
Yes.
or in like a whole different place, and apparently I do too because I totally spaced on those deaths. So
it doesn't
that's
count if it's in space.
Fun. Yeah. If it doesn't count if I can't see your face, right? Explains a lot of things. Anyway, hi. Aw, piloting murderous. That's sweet, Coldrake. Thanks, man. I'm Ari _adventures. You can find me online. You can find me performing here in Seattle. And I am playing Tarika, who is definitely not noble. Unfortunately, if you were to look at their lineage, it would be a different story. But they would argue that it is only a story. And the reality is that nobody should be able to have any sort of precedent because of how they were born. It should be that nobody is above anybody else. We're all in this together. We all have a responsibility. And in fact, they would argue that leaders have even more of a responsibility to take care of the people who have chosen to follow them. So they're very, on the surface, they're very anti, like, on the surface.
There's delicious chat going on.
Huh?
There's delicious chat going on.
The pilot of blood. Oh my god. This is delicious chat. You guys are awesome and awful. Both of those are true. Anywho, so they would that's what they would think about when they think about lineage. Something that we have not seen yet, but I know is a reality with Tarika, is that they are also very intimidated by everything that comes along with that lineage. This idea of having a name that people recognize as somebody who did these amazing, wonderful things, a hero's name. How could they possibly live up to something like that? So there is some of that in here as well, but their biggest thing when it comes to like lineage, this idea of lineage, they're like, no, prove yourself, take care of people. We're all, nobody is above taken care of, and if someone's hurting somebody else, stop that, right? So yeah,
By shooting down their shuttle.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. They're going to be shooting somebody else's shuttle down. You best shoot their shuttle first.
I like our pacifist Tarika, who has never murdered anyone. But there were 2 shuttles full of soldiers, and while the pilot of blood Tarika took out one of them, our last but not least lindiest of players was the one who took out the other shuttle full of people, but outside of the shuttle, with murderous hand-to-hand combat
Technically, I've not killed anyone on screen. I've only attacked people because Greg finished them all off with the thrusters of the ship.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Technically, I have not killed a single person on screen in this game.
You did kill your fellow Imperial
Not
scout.
on screen.
We saw his body, but we saw his body.
Look, seeing the body and seeing the murder are 2 different things.
Convenient. Go on. Who
I'm
are
just
you
saying.
playing? And tell me, how does your character feel about lineage and inheritance?
Hi, I'm Lindy, and I will be playing Quint Vesper, the gunner. Because I was demoted last week. The gunner on the Gambler now, but who's currently playing as the Harlock on this planet because decisions were made in a panic, and we'll see what happens. I can't say it'll be fine, but I'm the galaxy's okayest captain until then. How does Quint feel about nobility and lineage? Well, you see, those are 2 separate questions, because nobility are like not, we don't like nobility. The Imperials have a lot of nobility, and you see, nobility is like, you got a couple people, like a handful of people on a planet, and they're like, oh, we're better than everyone else because we're this one tiny specific family, and anyone can marry in, and there's like no actually good reason for them to think they're better for everyone else. It's just a big weird social construct, much unlike the Solomani, where we're just racially and genetically superior to everyone else, and there's not like a handful of us on every planet. We're the majority on all the planets in the Solomani system. So
you know what's interesting?
Yeah. Go on.
The Solomani Imperial War ended just 100 years ago, so it's not that long ago.
We're still real bitter.
Is it because currently your homeworld Terra is occupied by the Imperium? Is that why?
Well, the Solomani homeworld. My homeworld is home.
Oh yes.
Because I was born on home. As far as I know. I mean, I was an orphan. I could have been like yeeted out a spaceship and like rolled on the curb and stopped. I don't know. Quinn doesn't know. It's hard to remember things when you're real little. So, but yeah. So like no, like the Solomani are the best. Like you asked me off stream one day, you're like, what are the 3 major human races? And you explained this last stream, and but my answer was not incorrect. It was Solomani, part Solomani, and non-Solomani. Those are the big 3, if you ask. The Solomani people. So that's not our fault. We're better. It's just we were born this way.
It's technically the Solomani, the Zodani, and the Villani, but go on, it's fine.
Yeah, that's what I said, the Solomani, the part Solomani, and the non-Solomani.
It's fair, fair.
Those other 2 fall under the non-Solomani category, or the part Solomani, depending. Yeah, depending. There's you could get a test from a Solomani and me to find out.
And I am your GM, Trooper SJP, and I am so happy to be here to sort of run interference with this crew. When we last left our crew, it was day 55, the morning thereof, where they had some very important conversations. How do I put this? Each character showed really important character vulnerability. They shared important parts of who they are, just often in secret, not with each other. That's fine. They can't let each other know all of their feelings, not all at once. But they have a banquet tomorrow early evening, and they have a bunch of errands to run before then. And as it turns out, they all have reason to go down to Dragonsdome, which is the major, they're on the planet number 1, which is our former prison planet, and sort of full of dome cities, well, not that many, only 7, dome cities on the floor of this planet because the entire atmosphere is quite toxic. The only place on the planet that's above water that isn't full of toxicity is the tip of this one mountain high point where they have their space station, their spaceport, High Point Downport, which I have to say very deliberately. I get all of my tongue twister exercises in from theater to say that one 3 times fast. And that is like, there's like this nice High Point Downport spaceport where they're currently docked as they're sort of waiting for all their things to go on. And they have this this sort of lovely funicula, which is like the sort of like the gondola sort of train that goes down deep underwater to where these under the main dome is. And I believe our protagonists, our Tagonists, had plans to go down to Dragonsdome. They had some archives and some jewelry store and also some old ancient crests and murals to look at. There was quite a lot to do down in Dragonsdome. So after this very intense sets of conversations, you have the entire day to go and do this. And if I might, let me ask, who all is planning on going down to Dragonsdome? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Do we still need to fix Quint's arm? Is that?
Yes. Yep.
Quint would be mighty appreciative if you did.
I didn't know if that had been taken care of.
Nope.
No, you're the only surgeon, doctor person here. Yeah.
Then I'll be going down.
Okay. Will you also be going down?
Harlock will be going down, but I guess pretending to be Quint.
Quint, yes. So, if you don't mind, let me paint the picture for you all. All of you have decided to go down to Dragonsdome. This is a process. You have to go to the, there's a waiting area before you can get into the funicular. And in this place, there is paperwork. There's a lot of paperwork. There's not just 1 or 2 bits of paperwork. There's huge amounts of paperwork. You have to note every single item that you have on you must be logged and cataloged so that they know what you're bringing down there so you don't take more things out or leave things there that you're not supposed to leave. It's a very complicated process. It takes a while. You're going to be there in reception before you even get to the funicular itself for quite some time. They also would like to look at your computers just to make sure you don't have anything to give to people down in Dragonsdome that they should not have. Do you consent to letting them look at your computers?
Of course.
Val?
Terica leaves their computer on the ship again. They don't take it down with them.
I think that would be the same for Harlock.
I'm bringing my computer. And I think yeah, they can look at it. But which one? I'll never tell.
Which one?
They look through your computers, and it is very clear that they are looking for things in Old Sindalian to see if there's any kind of inappropriate reading material that you might be wanting to give to people down in the domes that they just don't need to have. Yeah, they don't really care about anything else. Like, they're not actually looking in to find out, like, what your secrets are. They just want to make sure that you don't give...
There's a book ban list. It's very long.
Yeah.
It's sort of like that. They just want to make sure that you're not bringing inappropriate materials that might incite things down below. And as long as you don't do that, they're like, that's fine.
No hentai for the Dragonsdome.
We are the inappropriate materials.
Oh, that's weird.
Only prison cultures would have ban lists for books.
Yeah.
Interesting commentary.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
And as you're waiting in line, because the Dragonsdome, and only 2 of you been there, is waiting for you down below the waves. And as you're waiting, there's probably about like 15 or 20 people who are all waiting with you in this sort of reception area before you can go down to Dragonsdome, and it is a long process. And as you're going through, they sort of wand you with their metal detectors, which of course is like a little bit weird because but you're not allowed to bring weapons down there. No weapons allowed. So if you have any weapons, they would ask you to keep them back on your ship. And it is slow. It's long. You can tell that there are people who are up here who live down in Dragonsdome who are on their way down. You can tell that there are people who don't live in Dragonsdome from the color of their clothing, that this is the only way to get to the other domes, so they have to like commute down. And as you're all waiting, it takes you about an hour and a half before you actually get your tickets and move over to where the reception space for the funicular is. And as you're waiting, where the funicular is, this is where a lot of security happens to be. This is where, the watchtowers are looking, just to make sure people don't, do anything inappropriate. That, and also the city that's around the high point downport. And as you're waiting and more people sort of begin to sort of gather, you can see the guards coming along and beginning to sort of just do spot checks on people. And this is, by the way, a totally random spot check. They are going to just randomly check people to make sure there's nothing mysterious going on, right? And there's a whole bunch of people here. And let me just roll a random die roll. Oh, look, it's one of the people who's a freedman, one of the people in yellow. Weird. So they pull them out.
I didn't see the dice roll.
I totally rolled randomly. Yeah, it totally. It was just
no, it's a colored dice, and it's all decided in yellow.
That explains so much.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And so they pull out 2 or 3 people to pull them aside to do extra searches. And you may notice that of the people, they seem to be dressed, the people that have been pulled aside, they're dressed fairly well. They're not dressed super rich, but they're dressed respectable, as if perhaps they might be business people. And it's super random. They're certainly not targeted, certainly nothing like that, but they're sort of pulled away, and you all have to wait as they are sort of like have to take off their shirts. They have to sort of take off their jackets. They've got to take off their shoes. They have to look at other socks. There's a whole sort of fairly long process in front of everyone, just to make sure that there's nothing inappropriate going on.
I have a weird cultural, philosophical question. Which I don't even know if those are the right words, but is this normal?
No.
Is that a no, or is it like actually
not
no?
normal? It is not normal. I would say first off, you grew up on the surface of Drinax with a bunch of barbarians. Absolutely not. That y'all don't do that. Y'all.
Right.
Y'all do
I'm thinking
stuff.
for this culture, if I grew up here, would that have been normal for me to be like, why is the Freedmen people, the freed people, why are they being targeted for this random search? Or is it always the yellow garbed people that get searched, because then in that case it's normal for them, right? I mean,
Well,
as an
it's
audience, we're looking at it as
for
random.
this planet. It's not normal for you, and it's not normal because you're in the Trojan
So
Reaches.
if I was one of the yellow garbed people, I would be expecting this.
Yes, you would.
Yeah.
Right. So I would be expecting this and also going through it.
None of the other yellow garb people look surprised by this.
Right. And so we would probably, from off-world, realize that this isn't a surprise search for that person.
It's not like they're on higher alert than usual.
Yeah. They're just like, oh, yep, we get it. And that would, so we would probably read that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's my question.
But I will note, this is not, if you think about like security, right? You tend to have a couple of things going on when you travel. And that is, if it's a GDCO high port, security tends to be pretty good because they're very invested in making sure that trade goes by. And as you've already noticed from some of the places you've been, the planets themselves often have not as much security because they are not as their infrastructure is not so good, right? So like some of the most sort of like secure places are going to be these sort of GDCO high ports. Now they often will let you through, like on Thebes, you could just take massively illegal weapons, well, in what many places would be illegal, down to that planet to go shoot things. That's fine, right? But they want to make sure that there are no fights on their station. And many stations are just like a good train station or airport. Like they've got pretty decent security, but they're also, most of these places, trade is very important. Like trade is some of the only things that keep many of these planets alive, right? Many of these planets don't have the best agricultural systems or thin atmosphere, or they're just far too populated for what they've gotten. So trade becomes really important. The ability to sort of trade agricultural goods for like high-tech goods, it's what keeps many people sort of living, especially in the Trojan Reaches, where there's been so much devastation. And people are still trying to, like a number of these planets are not completely self-sufficient. They need trade to survive. And so those high ports become really important places where they want to make it not too rough, not too onerous. And they often have a little bit of their own law in the sense that if the planet below is particularly rough, the high port's probably going to be fine, right? So this is a place where you don't see things like this a lot, and especially you don't see this in the Trojan Reaches. The Trojan Reaches, not being part of the Imperium and not being part of the Hierate, being sort of basically sort of lawless, tends to be a little bit more relaxed about a lot of laws than some of these more sort of structured places. That also means that there are more pirates and people can take advantage, but this kind of intensity that you're seeing here is just not normal in the Reaches at all. At least not the Reaches that exist now. But the people in yellow, the yellow garbed folks, do not seem at all surprised. They seem a little bit irritated because it seems as if they have business, they have things they need to do back where they're going, but they're not surprised by it. Okay. And one of them says something. It's the moment. One of them says something. One of them says, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get back down to see the speaker because I've got news for him. And once that is said, that this one sort of seems to be a business person from the way they're dressed or carrying themselves, they seem to be a little bit, maybe somebody who's important. When they say that they have news that they have to bring down to the speaker, the guard says, I see. You'll excuse me one moment. And he goes up to the funicular. And he speaks to the funicular driver, and everyone's waiting to get on the funicular. Comes back and he announces to the whole crowd now. There's about like 30 of you now. Says, if you'll excuse me, by the order of the warden, Ranib, the funicular is no longer in service for today. There will be no transport down to Dragonsdome. I'm afraid for security purposes, we cannot bring anyone up or down to Dragonsdome. You may all return next day. And for those who are freedmen, your passes that you have purchased on this funicular will not be, you'll have to repurchase them. For our guests, your tickets will of course be honored. Thank you. Please disperse. Disperse.
It is absolute
Never gonna
bullshit.
get to the banquet.
Well, we don't have to take the funicular to the banquet.
Then how else are we going to get to the banquet?
They have
Which
a
is tomorrow, by the way.
vessel,
Your banquet's
remember?
tomorrow.
Okay.
They're picking us up in a private over there.
Oh,
We don't have
right.
to do this song and dance. This is to get to Dragonsdome.
Why did we go through security? Why am I in this line?
Because you want
Because
to go
we
to
were going to go.
Oh, yes.
Trooper, is there any chance to talk to one of the guards to see if maybe there's a way around this little bit of a snafu here? Maybe there's a maybe they overlooked a shuttle going down. Maybe they didn't realize that they had one that I remind them of.
Well,
So exciting. By the way,
something.
they're having such a lovely time right now harassing some people. Just you'll have to wait for them to disperse some of the freedmen.
get their
Excuse me,
kicks.
sir, we're not done harassing this person. Just give us one moment.
You have to, there's a little
Understood.
bit of
This is Harass
Right, yes, I'm
Wednesdays,
so sorry.
don't you know?
but you'll have to wait a bit until they are able to sort of humiliate this sort of official. Seems to be sort of like a government official for the freedmen. A little bit of humiliation, a little bit of turn him away, a little bit of that. And as the people sort of disperse, and you will notice there's almost nobody who's from off-world who's going down, who was planning on going down the funicular. You don't actually see a lot of people from off-world heading down. Most people just kind of stay here in the high port. And as sort of things sort of disperse, and I will also note there seems to be some resentment about what happened. Some of the people who are either of the warden class or of the administrator class seem to be really resentful of the freedmen for being so difficult and causing such trouble that they don't get to go down to Dragonsdome today.
Dare they?
Because if they perhaps were a little bit less whatever they are, this would not happen. And so there seems to be a little bit of resentment on the freedmen for causing so much trouble, meaning that none of them get to go down to the Dragonsdome today. And they're slowly dispersing. You can hear some, for those of you who understand Old Sandalian, there's some grumbling about them. And I believe after a little bit of chuckling from your high point downport security, Doc, you were going to say?
Val would step forward and inquire as to if there is any way for medical purposes, to get down to Dragonsdome. And of course, if there's anything that, galaxy-renowned surgeon Valentine Val Morrissey could do for any of you. I mean, does anybody have a bunion or something they need taken care of? I can certainly, given the appropriate medical facilities, help somebody out in.
If you want work, I can be work, Val. I've got a couple.
They look at each other a little
Not what
bit.
he's.
Like, you see the two guards looking at each other, and, like, they speak a little bit in Old Sandalian amongst themselves. I believe there are...
Tarika would understand that. What are they saying? So, I'll roll for it if I need to, but...
This is not very complicated, Old Sandalian. You do not need to roll for it. And I believe there's one other person who secretly has a translator, so they also understand that. But they're saying, by the way, side note, they clearly did not call in to the warden to get to they just decided that they were going to do that. And you hear one say,
I noticed that was a local decision, so I was seeing a local response to that. Yeah,
it was very much a local decision. They did not call the warden for that. And one of them says, did you understand him? Oh, this off-worlder is a strange accent. He was saying that he's some sort of doctor, some sort of famous off-world doctor.
Terica will step forward at that point, and in Old Zendalian start like listing Val's credentials, and then they'll follow it up with, he was wondering if there is another way another transport that might have been overlooked for today down to Dragonsdome, and is happy to offer his services for should you have a bunion or something that needs care.
I'm going to need 2 rolls. 1 roll from Val to aid, and then 1 roll from Terica for this. It's going to be diplomacy would probably be the way to go because they are wardens. But you also get a boon for reasons.
Oh, balls. I'm wearing a disguise. Nobody knows it's me.
Trooper, do I have to use diplomacy or is it like persuade? What am I?
You can use persuade.
Okay.
Absolutely, you can use persuade.
Do I get a boon? I don't get a boon.
You do not get a boon at the moment on this planet in this point in time. However...
Okay.
Interesting delineation. No comments.
I'm fine.
All I'm going to say is that all of you players have been doing various work for 2.5 seasons, and these things are coming to bear, and you will be getting boons later.
Too long.
Some of it I'm very excited about. Other parts of it I'm very worried about.
A +2 to your roll, Terica.
Excellent.
And as you speak, they turn to you as if they're hearing something they like, oh, that's interesting what they're hearing. And they seem to be surprised to hear such proper speech coming from an off-worlder.
Who's super totally not obvious.
Definitely not.
Such well-educated and articulate language, spoken with just the right detail in the conjugations. You know what's really exciting about language? At least some languages.
Is it exciting?
Yes, you know how there's some languages where if you, depending on your class, you would use a different form of the language. Different conjugate things slightly differently. Old Zendalian's a very complicated language, and it has a lot of different forms, and not everybody can just master all of the forms and all of the sort of elegance of that language.
Not everyone is me.
However, they do, so they hear this expertly done Old Zendalian, and they seem a little bit shocked. And the first thing they do, as a form of reflex, is to do a slight bow towards them.
Terica will immediately do this.
They look a bit surprised. That is not what they expect from someone of your station to do.
That's
and
the universal sign for a proctology appointment.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
He's a great doctor. I'm his assistant.
Quite an hour.
They're like, all right, then here we go. Said you were a doctor, right?
Yeah, good. How do we found you?
Liege, there's no need to give a commoner's greeting. We appreciate this off-world doctor. And then Val, you hear your name. It's Dr. Valentine Morrissey. That is sort of said. That is understandable. You always know your name. They have all read your paperwork. You'll have to forgive us. we cannot let anyone down today, even someone as noble as yourself. It is we apologize that this inconvenience, but we will absolutely send word down to the warden's home, the palace, so that this will be taken care of. If you need, for example, anything, we will send a complimentary. Would you like? Can send you a bottle of champagne to your ship. If you need something at all, we can ensure something is. Would you like a special? We can. If you would like a.
Do you think a bottle of champagne is going to cover this? Also,
Yes, please send that to the ship.
Yes, that.
I'm simply a pilot. I am simply a pilot here. If you could kindly just remember that I am simply a pilot. And Terrica would use every version of the grammar to all of the different words of pilot.
And I'm behind Terrica and I give a
If you one moment, and he leans over to the other guard, and she's listening intently, and he goes, and he says this quietly so that you cannot hear it, but it's a spaceport. You have to be a little bit loud, and he goes, "Go get them an entire case of some of our best champagne. Make sure it's delivered to their ship. We cannot let this get." And the other guards are just hops off, right? And starts sending out messages, and people start scurrying in the back. Your liege, and sort of looks
Pilot.
Yes. And sort of sees Severance and kind of is taken aback a little bit, as if they're surprised to see him. Yes, I am. We must, in all seriousness, protocol says that we cannot run the funicular today, but we can make sure that you get whatever it is that you might need down below tomorrow. This is. We will give you a complimentary dinner at one of our High Point Downport restaurants, and we will bring something from below for you as well. We apologize.
We can give you a list of things we need from below then, and you could bring it to the dinner. Can we do that? Is anyone who's got the list?
Yes, of course. Give us, please. It would be, and he's a bit confused to see you speak not in Old Sindalian, considering how you look to him. He seems just sort of surprised to see you not speaking in Old Sindalian.
Because I'm wearing red.
Who knows why that might be, but he does seem to be surprised that you're not speaking in Old Sindalian. Yes. Give us the list, and we will have one of our runners take care of it for you. What is it that you need?
Great question. What is it that we need? Why are we going to Dragonsdome?
I need a medical suite. I need all of the implements, the surgical table. Just
You and I are looking.
Bring it all up if you can. If you can't, then we should make our way down.
If you need.
Oh darn! Well, I guess we should go down.
Just this. It's a surgical suite. We can reserve space for you at one of our surgical centers. We would have to arrange this. We can do this. Would 2 days' time be all right?
What if it was an emergency?
If they do the paperwork to make that appointment, I think that's even better than us doing the paperwork to make that appointment. Yeah.
We could make sure that you have a surgical space fitting for guests.
If it was an emergency, what then?
Is there an emergency?
No, but what if there was one?
If there was an emergency, it would depend on if
the emergency.
If one of you two had an emergency, we would definitely make sure that you are taken care of.
What is the line of us being taken care of to go down to the Dragonsdome, but the most minimal way of doing it? So
Hal
I don't want to go.
Schutzka.
I don't. I'm glad someone did it.
In the back, preferably, if we could just, hold to that.
Never mind, figure it out.
Oh no, an accident!
Yeah, look what happened. An emergency.
I'm so my lord, I am so sorry, General, but we cannot let anyone down at this moment.
Admiral.
Why?
And no, he's a
That's
general.
the Admiral. That's why.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking why you're the. I know why you think you're the Admiral. What I'm asking is why can't we go down?
Security breach. We cannot have
Who?
transport.
Oh, that's fine then. It's a security breach. Well, all right. Thank you for telling us. That's very good and communicative of you.
No, that's exactly what we.
You left us out of the loop.
No. We cannot have subversives in such a difficult time. I'm sure you understand. Examples must be made, and we have automatic.
I don't.
Well,
it seems you targeted somebody in a specific color.
Well, yes, absolutely. Of course, you understand this.
So you
Why?
Oh, great. You get it. Oh, man.
Well, my liege, they are subversives.
Pilot.
Pilot.
Yes.
So sorry.
Admiral, pilot.
I like stand over the shoulder and I wink.
So bad.
Yes. We cannot allow those who wish to undermine the unity of our planet to just come and go to do their espionage or disrespect and desecration, and they have to understand who's in charge of this planet. And once they come aboard and agree to live in harmony with all of us, then things will be less difficult. But
by charging them twice to go down for once, and by ensuring that their meetings are missed, I see the kind of control you seek to hold here.
Trooper, can I make a roll?
Yes, you may. Which role would you like?
The individual we're speaking with right now seems to be the head of this outfit, yeah?
Head of the security detail, yes.
Which is the blue outfit.
Yeah.
While we're tracking colors.
Just making sure which outfit we're talking about. Blue, red, or yellow.
Well, I meant more the outfit.
Oh, I know.
But both. Yes, both.
So did I.
Can I would like to, if I may, roll telepathy. And I don't have the sheet pulled up in front of me, but I want to just give a little influence, a little nudge, if it were.
A little nudge.
Just
How
a little
interesting.
Just a little pokey poke.
A little something.
A little something. No.
A little something. There's a lot of conversation, and he's aggravating.
Something.
Quint's just thinking about how this is all trial by combat here, and maybe we shouldn't make anyone mad before.
It's not trial by combat if you're
the trial by combat whole thing that I forgot about. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
it is not up here, not in Dragonsdome.
Yeah, true.
Right.
No, actually, it's not in Dragonsdome, and this is controlled by Dragonsdome, so it's not up here either.
Oh, okay. I don't. Tribunal sounds even worse, in my opinion. So
yes, this would be a tribunal system.
We have a banquet to go to tomorrow, so maybe we shouldn't make too much of a ruckus today. I think appointment scheduling for us. They do all our grunt work for us.
I mean, they are offering to do all our grunt work. That is very nice.
Yeah, we should just take their freebies.
Stormbender, thank you.
And move on with our lives.
So, which would you like to do the suggestion? Is that the ability you would like to use?
I believe that's the one.
Which you implant a thought, idea, or command into the mind of another. Interesting.
That's correct.
who interprets it as their own.
Yes.
It's weird that you know that people don't like psionics. They find it very scary. I wonder why that would
No,
be.
they don't.
You know, they definitely do when they know about it.
Yeah.
It's fair.
Please make a telepathy check at a difficulty of 12
I would love to.
Ooh.
with a telepathy.
Here we go. That's a 14.
Ooh.
Please spend 3 of your psionic points.
I'd be happy to.
What thought, idea, or command do you put in this person's mind? And please tell me what it looks like on the inside. Not what people outside see, but what does it look like on the inside?
So they're having this conversation, and it's just seems to the outside observer to be going nowhere. And as this individual, this guard, is talking about, well, yes, of course, I called this individual in the yellow out. All of a sudden, and it's the gentleman who is the main one we've been associated with. Is that correct? All
Yep.
of a sudden, as he's looking, he notices that this pilot has taken off their sunglasses, and he notices that their face looks very familiar, and he starts to realize that, coupled with this very high level of speech and such, suddenly he begins to realize, I'm standing in the presence of greatness, and if I don't do this, I could get in a lot of trouble. Like there could be a mission going on that I'm not, and maybe if I do the right thing here, this will come back and look good for me. But if I don't, maybe I'll get written up in like, this could be a test. This could be a test from the higher ups, and if I don't go with it, whew, I'm gonna be the one getting called out, and not allowed to travel around. That could be me.
So this person's mind seems like a labyrinth of cages and bars. How do you deliver in psionically? What does this look like when you deliver this message?
You said cages, and what was the other one?
Bars. It's like an unending labyrinth of cells.
A penitentiary.
Yeah,
It's very
yeah.
1950s style.
All of a sudden, wherever this individual is, their consciousness is within this setting. All of a sudden, there's, like banks, but way back. Like, if you envision some sort of fantasy situation where, like, all the little tubes are going around and messages are getting delivered around these tubes.
Yes.
All of a sudden, he hears a whoop, and it's as if he didn't realize that was there, but of course it was always there. How else would you get information around? And he pulls this out, and then all of a sudden, he pulls out. It's a scroll. There's seals all over. There's ribbons. It's very important.
Crests.
Just crests as far as the eye can see.
Too many ribbons.
So many. He has to, like, brush them out of the way to read the gold gilded, and as he unfurls it, it becomes more and more. There's almost a light shining. Like, it's so important that it just makes everything else seem less important.
Could you roll for me?
Yes.
Recon?
Absolutely.
Psionic strength-based recon, if you would.
Oh.
Which I still have to fix that sheet so that it'll do the drop down.
Okay.
So just get with it, whatever your current skill for that bonus would be.
Okay, cool. That would be 13.
So, hate to tell you this, it works, of course. No problem. Everything is fine. You are there, sort of like peeping through the as the little Jeffries tube, like the comes in like the great old thing, and it's you know minds, you know this person's mind, but you notice something as you're on your way out. there is someone in one of the cages looking at you, flickering in like the shadow. There's an Aslan woman in a sort of like a waitress outfit. And it's the same Aslan woman that you recalled being the sort of cover that your contact had on Thebes, except that your contact did not put that cover on themselves. And it's the same Aslan woman that you saw in the sort of the mind combat
in the very
exercise
beginning, I believe.
in the very, very beginning. And this Aslan woman is just, how do I put this? It is very clear to you that she does not belong to this person's mind. She's
has in one of the cells, though?
Yes, but you do not think that she is confined here.
Okay, she's just
here, looking at you, and you just catch her just out of the corner of your eyes as you are leaving, and she just says, "Free fields," as you pull yourself out of her mind. And you are back into the space, and the guard is like, maybe there's something I can do. And he goes back to the funicular. And you cannot hear the conversation he's having with the security who run the funicular. But you are there in this moment, all of you in this group, as the guard is over there and another is over there, sort of ordering things for you all.
That's odd. I thought for sure he was going to say no. Again.
Well, who knows what? And then I think Harlock would look over at Quinn. Who knows why individuals make the choices that they do.
And there's a bit of a ruckus, and the guard comes back. He says, "Give me, to my great shame, once the power has been cut to the lines, they cannot come back on. I spoke your case, but you must understand the protocols are no one gets in or out when there's a breach. And I'm sorry, but we can bring you down tomorrow, that whenever..." And the funicular driver is clearly like, "You broke protocol and you're in trouble." He's now in trouble. And for questioning protocol. And you can tell he's like just pale and not feeling particularly well. And clearly he's just like in this state of like his life is over at this point in time because he's stuck between this rock and a hard place.
I need you to go in for questioning. Here, put on this yellow jacket just for a second.
You look cold. You need something on your...
Yeah, please, come on up.
I think Terrico would simply say, then next time you decide that there has potentially been a breach because the wrong person asked to go down, you'll consider everyone else who is waiting to go as well before you make an assumption about what you think is right or wrong, and instead assume that perhaps people are just trying to go about their business.
And while he's nodding in shame, I just want to hand, there's a bunch of paperwork. I'm just going to write on the back of one of the things, and whoever the aide was that was gathering like the champagne and stuff, I'm just going to slip the list to them of things to get while they're at it.
So now I'm going to have to ask you all, this is our montage.
Yes.
Real quick, before we go into that,
yes.
Val and the Harlock have been brain linked. We used to have some fun chats before. Are they still pretty? If Harlock were just to slide a couple words over to him just to see how he reacts.
To Val?
Yeah.
My DMs are open.
Hey, guess what?
What's your brain DM?
All right, so let's talk about how this
I was
goes
gonna
normally.
say BMs, but that doesn't work.
My DMs.
You would need to
Wait,
make
I'm
a
good.
roll. Right, you need to make a roll and spend a
DMs are
point
open.
of psionic power to do this.
Mhm.
That's how it works when you're going to sort of psionically connect with someone.
Mm-hmm.
It's free, and you don't have to make a roll for Val because you two are connected.
Aw.
Buddies.
Mhm.
Are you pinging me?
I'm not. No, I was gonna.
The
It's
Skype noise plays
it's
in your
nothing.
mind.
I think Harlock would just send over into
Have my
Val's mind just the word 3 fields. Just
Free fields.
Free fields. I actually have terrible hearing, so
That's me.
But yeah,
It's
just
not
to
you.
see what the reaction is.
Outwardly nothing, but you would hear back in your mind, where did you hear that?
We seem to have had a friend who keeps visiting, and I think would send over an image of this Aslan woman in the waitress outfit, and probably picked from like the training exercise when they were all together at the very beginning.
Definitely
And, you said
recognize the figure.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, because I wasn't positioning Val with all of this. You said that there are currently like cells that are visible.
So
No,
so
only
the
in
image,
this person's mind.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's what the
image,
inside of their mind looks like.
yeah, the image that the Harlock would send over would be just almost like if you think Star Wars, a little hologram pop up, kind of that, but this individual from when she would have served us drinks at the very beginning training exercise. So not in the context of this guy's brain.
Val, you served my father in the Clone Wars. Okay, I got you.
You are
Free
only
fields.
hope. Also,
That's what Val
give
hears
me a
anyway,
tip.
right?
Also, tip your service.
Yeah, Val would mark everything. If you're showing Val the same thing that you saw, like the same thing that kind of came through to the Harlock, you know, as far as the picture of the cells, he would record as much of that as he could, but there
It's all in
isn't
your
really
mind.
anything. Right, there isn't really anything that he can do or act on.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have an idea of, like, when you looked into the mind, or when the Harlock looked into the mind, is there an idea of where this is? Like, is this Dragonsdome? Is this...
This is the inside of their mind. This is what their mind looks like. Whereas while Severance's mind, or at least the weird mind body thing, it was like a rose garden. This security guard's mind is a prison block, a cell block.
Yeah, and Harlock wouldn't be showing like all the
okay,
cells or
okay.
anything. It would just be showing the Aslan woman.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
like,
I misunderstood. I thought you meant that
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a past memory of his was in a cell block where the Aslan woman was present. Okay, I'm understanding.
Yeah, no, she's just creeping around.
She was just creeping.
Okay.
In his mind.
Yeah, so the Harlock would show him just the image of the Aslan woman, like just as she just looks out of context of anything else.
Yeah, she's clearly not in his
she wasn't
memories.
Actually in that.
Yeah, she wasn't there.
She's just around for some reason.
Well, you know what? I like this idea, and Rocket, see if you go along with this.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking that when the Harlock and Val talk, now that they're kind of really synced up, it's almost like when Neo and Morpheus would get ready to enter the Matrix, like they're in a completely different place. Like their bodies are standing somewhere and they're talking to one another. Meanwhile, they're like physical forms or just, holding space for a couple seconds. And if that's the case, when you're providing Val with the image of the Aslan woman, Val is standing there looking at a clipboard that looks like a patient's file as he's like
Mhm.
flipping through the pictures.
Mhm.
That's how you're interpreting him, like viewing this picture.
That seems right.
And it
Where
is
was she?
indeed the Aslan woman that you recognize. I'll put it that way.
Well, she seems to be around all over the place. This is the third time I've seen her hovering around. She was hovering around in the way that I'm hovering around right now.
Not physically, but like hovering around mentally. Okay. Or psionically.
Yes.
I want to do something here, Trooper, and you tell me what role I have to make. This is the lighthouse. This is where, obviously the Harlock's going to be able to hear this, but Val would ping out a free fields in his voice, mentally, psionically, just kind of a free fields as it pings out to see if somebody answers.
Can I make a roll?
Yes. What role?
To like listen to that, because contextually I know about free fields now, and also Val's involvement. So I don't know if my subconscious would probably pick it up. Like if we all have a psychic filter that that of course keeps our subconscious brain with our conscious brain separate and blah blah blah, so we don't go crazy. I feel like at this moment my subconscious would maybe, or my psychic energy would maybe let that in, but I don't know. That's a psychic test. I have
to be fair,
psychic strength.
His body probably has a lot of psionic memory. Just
right.
I'm gonna need Val to roll telepathy first.
Okay.
First,
I'll be back.
Val needs to make that roll to see how broadly this is broadcast.
Okay, and this is just psionic strength, right?
Yes, if you have telepathy, you can add that as well.
I do. Is that in my powers? I haven't done it. Okay, here we go. And that just psionic strength, telepathy, boo boo boo. Any bonuses? I know that I only asked, I'm not fishing for one.
You get to roll with a boon at this moment in this place for reasons you might find out really quickly. Go ahead.
Awesome.
That sounds promising.
8.
2 1s and a 6. Get the out of here, man. All right.
Could I get those who, anyone here who has psionic potential,
who are willing to listen.
Who's willing to listen? Please roll telepathy.
I'd love to roll telepathy.
And what if we don't?
If you are a noble, please roll with a boon. A noble who has a Viridian brooch on you right now. Please roll.
Not gonna name any names, but
Yeah.
Very pointed.
Self-proclaimed. Do I count? Oh, brooch. You said brooch.
Yes. If you are psionically linked to Val, please also roll with a boon.
do I need to roll?
That would be you.
What
yes.
if you have? What if you were a renegade clone and body snatched a duke from the Imperium who wearing Viridian glasses on his forehead?
Interesting.
Yes, could you be more specific, Cord? This is super vague, man.
If you don't have eyebrows, roll a boon.
No, avatar of Dragons telepathy.
I imagine in this setup, Harlock would still be standing in that space, though.
Yeah.
I don't think
so. You can just psionically see him do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you all something very exciting.
Oh.
Not Quint, though. Quint does not get it.
Not
Quint is not on this wavelength at the moment. You don't hear it.
Failed. It was one off. It was real bad.
It was anything, so take that.
That's sad.
But the message that you send off like this sort of wave out to see what might come back. I have to ask this question of you, Greg. You have a reserve of power. Would you like to use it to boost your signal strength?
Oh, I hate that because I know where it came from now.
Yes, you
I
do know
know,
where it came
right?
from.
Ew.
Yes, but to be fair, Val does not.
That is
Val just
correct.
believes this is his evolving strength.
That
So
is
of
correct.
course,
Like a
this-
normal
this is-
person. Like a normal,
Right, this is
healthy
like-
doctor would know.
Right. Right. Like if you're sprinting and you're tied with the person you're racing, and then you realize I can go faster than this, and then you do and you win. That's how this is.
Okay.
How much would you like to pull?
Freaky.
I'm the best there is, so as much as I can grab.
I mean, there's a lot of people died. So how much would you like?
I like that.
I mean, again, if you're gonna take a shot of something, you don't take like a third of the shot glass. You shoot the shot, and I'm going to.
It's a lot of power. I don't know if you want to take all that much power.
Well,
Let's
I mean,
just start with a
okay,
number.
so
5, 6, 7, 8.
8 sounds good.
8.
Yeah, bring me to minimal difficulty, please. 8. Let's start there.
And then you win the race, and then you're vomiting everywhere, and
Right. When does my brain start to bleed? 9. Oh, no, it's 8.
Quint, I would like you to roll again.
Oh. Okay.
With a boon, though.
Oh, I'm scared now.
You should
Everybody's-
be. We should
everybody's
all be.
psionic ears are bleeding.
It loud. 9.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. So,
Oh no.
who should we start with? Let's start with Val, because Val, you're the easiest. You
That's right.
send out your mark.
That's right. You hear that, chat? He's the easiest.
And you sense that you're not able to get you need more strength to get the message out further, to make it more likely that people can hear you. You need a little bit more strength. Just a little bit more.
Can't stop the signal. Can never.
What does
stop
the inside of your mind look like right now?
Right now?
Mm.
I would say that since he's fixated on this one moment, it would probably be a completely like white room, like a completely like a sterile environment, ready for surgery without the table, and it would just be this white, almost square box of light, and it would be him and the Harlock, and that's it. That is his mind right now.
Yeah, that's nice. That's exactly what your mind is like. There are no distractions. There's nothing else in this mind. You are very good at having a very empty mind. It is just you, a sterile environment with the Harlock.
I've had a lot of people tell me that, Trooper.
Nothing else is happening in this space. Let's go next to the Harlock. I'm sorry. I've got to go back to Val. Just one moment. In your mind, what does it look like when you send out this message? What are you doing inside of your mind? You've got this clipboard where you're flipping through this sort of image. You're in this sort of sterile space of light. It's all like 1970s white sci-fi where it's just all like, it's a soundstage, but in your mind, what does it look like?
I should be talking to Dean Stockwell. It
Yes,
should be
you
that
should.
type of white room, right?
Yes, you should.
Thank you, buddy.
I'm there. What does it look like when you send out this, and not really Dean Stockwell, more like Sue, but go on. What does it look like when you send off this message?
Sure. From what does it look like to who?
Within Val's mind, like when Val sort of metaphorically in the psionic space sends out this message to a broad range of people within this sort of sterile space, what does it look like? You've got your clipboard.
Okay, so it doesn't look like anything to anybody but potentially the Harlock, because I'm trying to stay out of the weeds here.
Oh, I'm gonna put you in there
Can
real
I
bad. Go
ask?
on.
Right? Can I ask for a roll for this? Okay, I'm going to tell you this. You tell the Harlock, what she needs.
Yeah.
To glimpse something.
Mm-hmm.
So right at the moment that he would like project the free fields,
Mm-hmm.
she would have the ability to see something that Val tries to hide.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I can just go ahead and say it, or you can make a roll because he would actively be trying to suppress this.
Give me deception.
Oh, me? Sure.
Based, yes, please. Use your psionic strength, and you get a bonus. Please roll with a boon.
Sure. I'm loving this. Okay.
Mm.
And I get to use my psionic strength for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so I can't do the drop down, so I just need to make sure it's. I'll just use social as the same thing. So.
Yes. What is your? I'm sorry. What is your bonus for social right now?
10.
And that's a +1. Is that correct?
Correct. +1. It's a base score of 10.
Yes. That should be a +3, so that's a 14. Don't worry about it. And don't worry about it. It's fine. The Harlock. I need you to roll deception based on psionic strength.
Oh, based on psionic strength.
Mm-hmm. But you do get to roll with a boon.
Fabulous.
Because you are right here at this moment.
Okay, so I'll switch this to. Yeah, I'll do the same thing where I pick something that matches my psionic strength.
Yes.
That's good.
I'm just making note of various numbers.
And you said with the boon?
Quint go last. Yes, please. We're gonna have Quint go last because we want Quint to have fun. Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is a 10. Val had a 14.
Yep. You need to beat that 14 if you want to know.
I do want to know. I'll use 4 luck.
Mm-hmm. You need to beat it, or
I'll use 5
match
luck
it.
then.
But if you match
I'll
it,
use 5.
Are you sure?
Yeah, let's find out what's bumping around in there.
I mean,
you want to match it? We could probably get something real terrible happen to the two of us.
Yeah, that seems fun. Let me go ahead and beat that.
Let's do that. We haven't had anything really bad happen to us in a while, right?
Fine. Please explain within this sort of sterile space what it is that Harlock catches a glimpse of. I will say this, though. The Harlock, Val's going to begin to sort of send out this message and let us know what this looks like. And I might just have to add in something that maybe you don't know yet, but I know now. Go on.
Okay, stop me, Trooper, because I'm gonna.
I'll give you a pause.
We're doing this. This is a good bad type of thing, right?
Yeah.
This is kind of a monkey's paw wish. Okay. So for a second, and basically in the time physically it would take to actually utter free fields, the Harlock would no longer be in this room. We would no longer be in this sterile cube of a white room. We would be in a field beside a dirt road with a rut in the side of it where you can see that a kind of like a natural drainage ditch would be there. And it's deep, maybe 3 or 4 feet. And currently it's lined with 6 bodies. All of them appear to have been shot in the back of the head. You would see Val, a younger version of Val, on his knees at the edge of one of these pits. And he would be covered in bruising, blood, his clothing torn, having had a bad go of it in this brief moment that you would see. And there would be 3 people still kneeling at this edge with 6 of the bodies lined up inside. You can see that there's a sequence of events that's happening here. And you don't know what the person in front of Val just asked, but Val's response would be not in a scream, not in a whisper, but in a simple statement of praise absolute. He would say free fields, as if he is answering a question that you did not hear asked. And then you would see that whoever is behind Val that you can't really see would lower a gun towards the person to Val's right. There is a person kneeling to his right, a person kneeling to his left, and Val in the middle. And as the gun moves to the back of the person on the right's head, you would realize that that person is you.
And it's so much louder now. The Harlock, when he began to speak, when you were in the room, he began to speak and you could barely hear him. You could hear him because you were there. But the minute you found yourself in the fields, all of a sudden, it's loud. There's a strength of voice that you have never heard from Val psionically before. A strength of voice that is not normal. People have a certain capability, a certain strength. This is almost double his normal strength.
Mhm.
And you hear a scream with a gunshot, and it's a scream you've heard before. You've heard it before. Quint. Not you yet. Soon. Terica. You feel
Yes?
your brooch hot, pulsating, thumping like a heart, and in your mind you hear free fields. But it's not. At first you think it's maybe Val's voice, but when you listen, and you can hear it through your brooch or in your mind, it's a little unclear. You hear other voices saying it. You hear like you heard people whispering the name of your ancestor. You hear the whispers of free fields. This is different, though. It's not the same. It's very weak. When you heard your ancestor, it's hard to know the difference between your ancestor and yourself, I suppose. That name, it was a lot of voices, and it was about memories. It was about people remembering things. But you feel connected again to these people. And it's very quiet, but it's a murmur. And you hear a murmur of free fields. And this is a murmur of curiosity, of something new, something concerning. People don't know what it means. They don't know what it means. And it's not as many people as before, but you are catching in this moment the beginnings of a viral thought. A viral thought that you are feeling through your brooch. It's not feeding you, but you can feel the same sort of, there's a viral thought, this free fields, and it is building. And you realize that it has been building for a while now. It's just been so quiet. It's now picking up some steam, though.
Excuse me. Swallowed the wrong way.
It's a whisper on the wind.
If Terica tries to like touch it or see where it started or where it's going, like, right, like when you look at a road, you can see the two directions that it's headed, right? If they try to do that, what do they see?
You look. It's unclear if you're looking in your mind or with your eyes. And it's a little confusing. This is very hard to sort of, I've got to tell you, this is very hard to parse. imagine hearing the thoughts of millions of people all at once. I mean, the Harlock would know what that's like, but you have not experienced this before. And it's very noisy and loud. Kind of hurts a little bit. And it's hard to place, it's like echoing everywhere, so it's hard to place where things are. And you just get little like strange flickers. And you just see news screens and people at a cafe. A lot of it seems to be up here, and it's like there's a person and one of the crew of a ship, an off-worlder, having a cup of coffee at one of the cafes in the High Point downport, and they're mentioning it. It's very hard to parse, but it's this sense that there's something is whispered on the wind and it's beginning to build. And you get this sense that you're only noticing because one of the voices you recognize, it was saying your name or your ancestor's name, insofar that you two might be different or not, said it too. And it's like you're eavesdropping on them, this connection you've already made. They feed you, and they are feeding you this whisper. Severance, you didn't make me your roll.
Correct. I didn't know what to roll. I don't have telepathy.
Psionic strength, but you do not get your telepathy bonus.
Mm-hmm.
But please roll it with a boon.
The boon.
Mm.
Gladly. 7.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a crit.
Yes. So you
That means
feel something.
Okay.
Harlock, comma, the.
Thank you.
How are you feeling at this moment when you hear this scream? It's a scream that you've heard before.
Was it Quince?
No.
Okay.
It almost sounded like that.
Would the Harlock recognize it?
Would you like me to answer that question? Oh, it's too late. You asked. Now I'm going to.
Oh, good.
Have you ever heard two voices at once screaming? Or maybe
Yes.
3 voices at once, but all from the same mouth? And one of those mouths is yours. And the other is Sue's. And the other is the seed that connects you to Val. You remember hearing that being, that piece of Drinax, screaming as it was being tortured, almost murdered by Severance, Marrymore. And that same atomic scream is coming out of your mouth, and you can feel part of your soul, maybe not yours. It's hard to know the difference when it's all coming out of your mouth. Maybe someone else's soul being ripped from it as it's shot. Your shot. The seed is shot. Val is shot. It's unclear, but you are screaming, and you are feeling a kind of pain that is beyond your body.
So the thing about being a Zodani spy, you see, is that her early missions and such were in Zodani space with other Zodani people. And as we'd covered on an episode past, Zodani are very interconnected. So when something would have to happen to where maybe somebody who's a, just a hired person would have to kill another Zodani, like it, I think that is akin to an experience that would be like.
Yeah.
Because as you're killing them, you're also killing a part of yourself because
Yes.
they're all connected.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think it wouldn't be completely unfamiliar. However, the
There's an
element of
immensity. There's the immensity of
yeah,
it. That's the thing. Yeah. This is beyond
like
the size of a person.
yeah, and I think in addition to that, it's been. I mean, she hasn't been to Zodani space for a minute, so in addition, it's like if you've experienced a really bad injury or a wound or something in the past where you for example, I remember after I had my motorcycle accident, it it's a very motion based thing, and a little bit afterwards I was on a swing at a playground, a child swing, and you get going in a way that just starts to hit your stomach in the same way, and then you feel that like I think it'd be kind of like that in addition to like, oh, that's very loud. So that kind of like just little bit of a gut punch, like on the verge of starting to like hit a panic attack, but not quite. But you're like, oh, and then
that is where I'm going to have to bring in Severance. Severance.
Yeah.
You feel those feelings not from the seed, but from the Harlock. Right? That sort of at the edge of a panic attack. That sort of pain that's familiar but too much, right? You sense all of that pain. You don't hear the scream, but not that scream. You in your mind's eye can see the Harlock on the verge of a panic attack. And you can feel this pain flowing from the Harlock to you. Certainly flowing through the Harlock to you. And you feel it inside of your mind.
Right. This is all happening sort of randomly.
Yeah.
Because there is zero context for
just
Severance.
Free
just
field.
This like, do I hear the free field?
You hear it.
Oh.
It's in like a, when there's like static and the static is the scream, and then under the static you can kind of make out the words free fields. And then you hear it really clearly, as if there's a signal boost.
Like, and that's probably when that spike happens. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm gonna then look over at, I think there's a moment where there's a sense of like security, like I'm trying to remember the like defense, like when your friend is when you want to stick up for your friend or you want to help out your friend. Hey, don't say that to them, or hey, whoa, is everything okay? Or like, hey, you want to step up and help your friend. I feel like there's that sort of moment, but also then it's paired with because the Harlock's flushed with this feeling. That's also paired with a sudden, like, I think the reflex is to like sort of help out and guard is the word, I think. Guard and help out and support and guard the Harlock. But I think there's this like cerebral trail or this 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 thought, this conscious thought, like subconsciously it was to guard, but now this conscious thought of putting some pieces together that free fields means Val. That's what I can associate. So then I look towards Val in like this worry of like, are my friends fighting? Like as if Val said something that would get under my friend's skin. Yo, whoa, don't talk to them like that. Like it's sort of like that sort of happens here, where there is like that knee-jerk reaction. But I think also then it's a wash of confusion because one, I rolled a 7, and two, I just don't think he understands what just happened. I think now he is like there's a flush of all this happening, and now there is this like the aftermath of it all happening. The free fields, the reactions from people. His reaction is now confusion as he's just wading in this pool of what was that about? What did I why was I feeling that? Why did that happen? What does free fields have to do with anything? And why am I confused and worried? Like now I'm anxious. Now I'm riled up. I don't know why, and it's like that sort of, but it's more of it's like settling in confused anxiety. You're anxious, you don't know how you got here or why you're even here. And that's also making you now anxious. But why did I get here in the first place? This doesn't make sense. And that's sort of, and as time goes on, the anxiety level drops and the confusion sort of drowns out that. And if whatever happens here, but if the camera were to stay on Severance for a bit, I think there would be still in this bullet time of this moment, I think he would still be this wash of confusion and then like this moment of him trying to piece things together. But this is all happening very quickly.
It's all like within half a moment.
Yeah, it would be a high-speed camera and him and very minimal movements. But if you were to read his thoughts and see what is happening, that would be the indications and the cues of what that moment would read out for him.
The Harlock, you can sense Severance near you in this moment. Quint, you have a brief flash.
Okay.
You hear a scream.
Oh, I don't like that.
It is the scream of something terrible. And you have a quick glimpse of something. There's a white room. It's all white light. And when you peer into the room where the screaming is coming from, there are no walls in this room. You see a doctor in scrubs with a mask and the hat. And the doctor's got a scalpel. And on an operating table, strapped down, is Sue, looking something like Rudolph Valentino, sort of. And this doctor has got a scalpel and is beginning to flay the person and just slice off bits of flesh, piece by piece. And the screaming is overwhelming. It's your friend who's being flayed alive.
Yeah, I don't like that.
And it's screaming. It's being flayed alive. And you hear free fields. And the figure on the table is being flayed alive by Val. And then it's like it's Val that's being flayed on the table. And you don't actually quite know who's flaying Val.
Yeah,
Right? It's
that's
this
weird.
it's a very weird moment where
But it's just
Val,
a flash.
It's just a flash of a mix of these things. And then you see something. The doctor takes off their mask. And it's Val's face. Bloody. And Val reaches into the still living carcass, into the guts, the belly, and pulls out a mask of flesh of an Aslan woman's face and puts it on his own.
That's nightmare fuel right there.
And in this one moment, somebody says,
I don't recognize this Aslan woman, do I?
No.
Good. Just making sure. That would have been extra fucked up. So no, please carry on. Yes.
No, you don't think so. It's nobody you know closely, though maybe
That makes
you
me
might
feel
have run
better.
into them.
That's possible. For a lot of people.
And
But
at
as you were
this
saying,
moment,
sorry.
you just hear, so we've delivered all the champagne to your ship. If it's all right. And there's all of you are sort of vaguely aware of like people speaking to you and handing you sort of like paperwork to sign so that you can take ownership of a crate of champagne and things that will be delivered. And it seems to you as if no time has passed at all. None at all.
I think it's fairly well established that Quint doesn't have a lot of experience with psionic shenaniganery.
No.
And so I think that was a lot for them.
But
what else
you're the
would you call it,
captain,
Gord?
and they want you to sign for things. Like there's a clipboard. There's a clipboard, like you've seen a clipboard before. There's a clipboard, and somebody has a clipboard, and they want you to sign.
I think there's just a moment where Quint is just overwhelmed and like drops down to like a knee, but like catches themselves with like their arm on something and just like holds her head with the other hand.
Terrica would try to like when you go down, Terrica would try to like catch you.
So I think as soon as the Harlock sees Quint go down,
and it's just for a
would
moment.
Have some idea, like would immediately kind of go over and start like Terrica grabs out of care. The Harlock grabs out of like, oh no, we're fine.
And I think Quint is quick on their feet.
Yeah, no, but
would snap back pretty quick. There would be a moment of sorry.
You need to sign.
Thank you. Yes, sorry. Just migraine. Are you? It's fine.
Yes, Captain, sign.
And I will sign
Captain?
the Harlock. And but definitely is a bit distracted. Or like not distracted, but you can tell she's really trying to focus on that and is getting back into it, but is a little shaken by something.
And the person with the clipboard goes, Captain, are you all right?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. It's not your problem.
Captain, aren't you left-handed? Shouldn't you write that again?
I believe the captain's signature already is looking a little unusual.
That's right.
How it normally looks.
This can't be real. This can't be.
Right, I'm sorry. Let me.
What are you trying to pull on these poor people? Sign it correctly with your left hand.
And I scratch out the first one, and I'll do my best forgery of the Harlock.
And I smile slightly to myself.
You should be happy.
Yes, I'm even happy once I'm sipping that champagne back on the ship.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you've heard the news.
What news?
If I happen to elaborate.
Oh, they've caught one of those terrorists. Just came through
Oh,
the
they were
news.
terrorists.
There's so many groups. Please go elaborate. Which ones?
Oh. Free Fields? One of the terrorists.
Well, where at?
Oh, well, a bit closer towards Rimward, a bit closer towards the Imperial space, those usurpers. But,
Not in furtive agreement there. Like, oh yes, that we do agree upon. Stand Imperial.
yes, there was some Aslan woman they caught. These terrorists. Well, the task force seems to be doing its job.
Good for them. Is that all you need from me? And I gesture to the signature.
Oh, yes. Please,
Right.
have a good day.
I think my work's
Captain.
done here. And I just turn around and I walk towards the ship.
Oh, yes, sir.
Let's see that clip.
Yes. Sir?
Yep, that's the one I recognize. That's the one. It's just sort of, and I'm just picturing it's a horrible signature. That's my.
You know, the thing is, Quint's ambidextrous, so it wouldn't be that.
It's not nearly as fun for me then. Oh,
it's not. I imagine there's a little disappointment.
Yeah.
Where the second one actually looks better because I wasn't coming out of a weird cream over.
Harley is not happy with this signature, by the way.
It doesn't work at all. Oh, shit.
Well, hold on. What would I roll for forgery? Can I make it look real good?
Deception. You have a choice: deception or administration. One of those two.
Would it be?
Let's see how impressed.
What would the
knows you signed your name with your tongue.
Well,
You can't do it.
intellect
Dexterity
or
to get
dexterity. One of those two, yeah.
Yeah. I want this to be good, so I'm gonna do dexterity. Oh my! I forget my admin is just as good as my deception, which that's terrible.
Sometimes you get a line.
What is your admin? Just for those of us who want to know.
It's +1.
No reason.
No reason.
It's a +1.
Total.
For my skill level is +1 for admin. Yes, but depends on what stat I'm rolling with it.
Okay.
So it's total. It's the same. So why? Let's roll admin. Fuck it. Why not? This seems like an admin thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that also could be
13.
why.
It's a great looking. It looks real good, actually.
And I'm so disappointed.
The first one looks like a scribbled out the Harlock. The second one is all right, fine, yeah, forgery.
I thought I had.
This is how our crew does hazing. Oh, whoa! That whole like you being somebody else. Try that again.
Okay.
Oh, it was working. Maybe. Damn, it still works.
Damn it.
I go straight to the ship. Just
as we're going to be, we're going to go to break, and there'll be I'm going to montage first. But Val, as you're all sort of moving around, you catch at the corner of your eye a news story in a bar, and there's an Aslan woman being grabbed by looks like GD security forces and hauled, like it's just like a news story. An Aslan woman that's been captured of some sort. And is being hauled off. It's like when you've got a perpetrator that's being moved. She looks a bit the worse for wear, as if perhaps there was a fight to be captured, or perhaps they did not treat her well. She, nonetheless, still looks quite proud and undefeated, but you can see her being hauled off on this news story and talking heads, and then a flicker of a ghost. Someone from a long time in your past. Much older looking. Speaking, being interviewed, gesticulating with force. A hand that's like large hands. Man who knows quite well the terror of the free fields, and who some time ago vowed to find who is the leader of the free fields and to destroy that person. And it seems the campaign is on its way to take out the pieces that support whoever that leader might be.
Does it say where she is?
No, you only get that little briefest bit. I'm sure someone would know where she's being held.
And this is on like a public view screen?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like a Times Square type of,
Yep.
information.
It's more like you're close to, like, you can kind of see like a, I wouldn't say like Times Square, but more like a public view screen that people who are sort of like drinking outside would like be able to watch, right? So sort of like a more like a sports bar that has an outside large screen that like would be visible,
Like an airport waiting room.
So
yeah, it's like an airport waiting room. It's that kind of a thing, right? Where it's like a not such a massive thing, but like it's like an airport waiting room where you've got some screens that are out there, but yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so this screen that he sees this on, I don't think this would be something that he's quite aware that he's doing, but I would like to roll for TK to smash that screen. As she's just watching it, it would just crumple.
Please do. Please roll with a boon.
Okay.
You rolled a
and I'll
7.
spend luck
I'm sorry. You don't need to. You only need 2 more, and you have that right now.
Okay.
It's probably not even like you did it. Who knows? But that TV screen splinters to shards of glass. And in the corner of a restaurant not too far from here, there is an Aslan woman in a waitress outfit projected outward from somewhere deep inside of you. It's that moment when your mind bleeds into physical space, but you don't see her. You don't know that she's there trying to speak to you or to protect you or to be remembered. Not that one, but the other one captured on display so that whoever might be in charge would see it. But that's where we're going to go to break. And when we come back, there'll be a little montage. You have an entire day where you don't have to go down. You get to do a little bit of shopping, having a nice time, getting yourself ready for a lovely, lovely banquet tomorrow evening. And I'm glad to know that everybody's feeling really good before they're going into a state dinner. And that everybody's feeling very comfortable, very calm.
Not shaken up at all. Yeah.
Not shaken up at all.
Yeah.
Joke's on you. I'm always calm and comfortable and not shaken.
Everyone, we'll be back in 10. We'll be back. Drink your water, stretch your legs, and we're going to find out how their banquet goes, everybody. We'll be right back.
Banquet time.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. I'm very excited because I feel like everybody had some good times. We're going to do a little bit of a montage because since as the funicula is powered down for security reasons, they will not be able to go down to Dragonsdome before the banquet, which is tomorrow, which means, and they have, study sessions to do and apparently recovery and just hanging out, some partying, just like hanging out, being cool to do, fun times. So I'm going to ask them what they do over the next 24 hours before they get to go to the banquet. And if they tell me something, I might tell them something, like a fun joy. Let's start.
Are there any libraries up here?
No.
Can I go first?
They've got newspapers, like not magazines. You can get magazines. They don't. This is they're very. How do you put this? They have a lot of cultural security.
A lot of filters.
Like they're like
Cultural
this
security.
is
Censoring.
Cultural security.
the cultural security.
I'll take coded set of words if I ever heard them.
Yeah.
There doesn't need to be a really tight sort of relationship between off-worlders and people who don't need to know too much about what's happening off-world.
Interesting.
People don't always need to know what's happening on other planets. Up here, there's news. You can see the news. You can see magazines. None of it's in Old Sandalian, though. Most of that stuff is all in Galangic for people.
None of it's new, I feel like.
It's it's new in the sense of like dentist office magazine new.
Okay.
So
not.
it's
like the last year or so, give or take.
So we have the highlights section. The highlights
yes
magazine
is
the only thing that we all okay.
And it's weird because the Goofus and Gallant both look like Val. It's just different vowels. That's all. There's like the Greg knows all about Goofus and Gallant. Yes, so I'm gonna start with
me.
I'm gonna start with you. 24 hours. You got your montage. Tell me what
Easy.
Severance
During
is
this
doing.
montage, I'm in the doors close behind me. In the doors in my ship, I whistle, and I just start whistling a tune, an aria, and then out of the crevices of the my quarters come several smaller renegade clones. And when I say renegade clones, I mean I got the better. Losing eyebrows was probably the best deal I got. I've just these renegade clones, these tossed away subjects of Barrymore just come over and start to dress me as I get ready for the ball, like a very mutated Disney princess sort of montage. Is that what you were looking for?
If you give that to me, I will take it.
That's not what happens.
Because I mean, if you want to give me,
I was so ready.
that,
I was so ready.
I will take it. I don't know if you want to give it to me because
I don't. Now I'm worried. No, I was just kidding.
all right.
It was a funny vision that I had, and I couldn't get it out of my mind, so I had to share it. Because
someone would have that memory. Anyway, go on. You were saying.
I hate that. You're right, actually. That stinks.
Yeah. I mean,
no.
Go on. You were saying. Tell me about your montage.
Crap. And the power of yes and.
I will yes and you. You
wake up.
All the messed up stuff. I will yes and you.
Yeah. And then I wake up and it's the time for the ball. I think. Oh God. I honestly don't know. I was very, very excited about that funny vision. I wanted to share it.
Oh, I love it.
Great. I think it's 24 hours before. Honestly, I'm so excited for the ball, this banquet. I feel like he has been ready. He could be. There is this. I think there is a bit of anxiety happening. That is that exists that people, on the ship and that are close to him would get, and those who are close to him would be the people in the show. The crew that are close to him, ship that the other cast members would understand that he is anxious, but to everybody else, he is calm. He is trying his best to keep cool. He's looking for things to wear. He's still trying to find the right gifts. I think there are multiple times in this montage where he will be checking in with Terika about the poem that was promised. And there may even be times where Severance would ask for it to be recited, much like a show father, being like, one more time, from the top, don't mark it. And you're like, well, okay.
I think every time he tries that, though, Terika's like, they'll shut him down. They'll be like, it's fine, and then they'll like walk away, or they'll
and then come back and
very
then,
like.
Terika, question. Yeah, and you're like, okay. So what about that?
It's just like a series of like him asking Terika, like walking away, being like, it's fine, I'll handle it. I've got this, Dad. Leave me alone.
Right, and then all right, very well, and then scenes keep happening, and then like a little bit later, the like a side door cupboard would open up, and I'm there going, "How's that poem?" And you're like, "No, please." And then like it's just like, "I'm not ready," and it's fine. Don't worry. Okay, fine, thank you. Okay, and it would just probably be a very farcical montage of me trying to make sure in anxiety, hovering, a farcical hovering of Severance, making sure that the poem is ready, because they were certain that it'll be fine. We'll sacrifice. We'll have this poem in lieu of an actual object, which is usually something that I think Severance is like, that's interesting, a choice, but you're the actual noble, so I believe you. So yeah, I think there is like, I think people are peeking behind the curtain during the next 24 hours and seeing that Severance is a little worried, and but there is like a, you got this. He's confident, but there is a, I don't know. It's hard to. This happens to me where I know I got this, but I'm terrified of the moment and the anxiety leading up to it. And I think that is where. What do I do with my hands? Like, what do I do for the next 24 hours? I'm ready to go now, and now the worst part is waiting, and that's what it's the anticipation. That's the one. The anticipation is what is.
But maybe the rain.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't really to blame. Yeah, Tim Curry, exactly. And thank you, Tim Curry, and that's Severance. And I think that's just it. It's just he's having a hard time. I think he's just struggling with the anticipation of this banquet. I, however, the player, am very excited because I am. Don't you dare take this from me. I'm so excited.
No. I'm just don't
you dare.
do your thing. Terika, you have a montage. Knowing that you cannot get down to the Dragonsdome, but you have the high point downport and also some weirdness. What do you do in the next 24 hours? Oh, sorry, wait. Severance, where do you sleep and how do you sleep well? Do you sleep well? How do you do?
Never.
How do you do? I did. Yeah, I know.
Sleep
Weird
or sleep
dreams.
well? Both answers. And yeah, weird dreams I don't remember. It's always like waking up and all right, well, sleep sucked again. But where does he sleep in his quarters?
I was just wondering. I'm just curious. No reason.
Now I'm curious.
I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know.
Okay. So far, we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
Where the night takes us. But right now,
I'm so excited. What errands do you do in between your studying before the banquet the next day?
Well, they can't get down to Dragonsdome, so the things that they really want to be working on, they can't. I think
By the
in
way,
lieu of
there's
that,
an
they would just
entire
be
city
working
up here,
on
by the way.
trying to. Yeah.
Like, on the other side of it's an
Yeah,
entire
but
city
it
with a couple
doesn't
million
have.
people.
But does it have like a jeweler who has knowledge of Viridian or a very high advanced technology provider who might be able to? Yeah, Tarika doesn't care.
No. But I will just note that it's a huge, massive city with millions of people over there. It's not like, it's like maybe like 3 million or something like that. But it's an interesting amount of stuff that is and is not present in that city.
They might here. I think here's what they would do. They would look. Severance, I told you, I am not going over the poem another time. At all. I will.
Yes, that's fine. I understand. I respect that. I was just saying that there isn't. I did some research and I'm looking, and there is no one above here that has anything to do with Viridian knowledge. It doesn't look like there's a jeweler or anything.
Yes. You mean
No, there is not.
Not in Dragonsdome?
Yeah, no,
yes?
No, Dragonsdome.
Okay.
So you're sure the poem is fine and ready, right? For tomorrow?
Yes! Yes! Severance, I have learned these poems front and back in my sleep. I could be standing up entirely, completely asleep, and orate them perfectly. It will be fine.
And what if you were sleeping right now? How would it sound?
Well, Tarika will shut off their comms. The boy that remember the fellow who came and gave me the letter for the boy, for his son? They would look in the flight manifests to see if they can find that name to potentially figure out where he went.
Interesting. You would need to get access to the station's flight manifests. That's not a thing that regular people could get access to. Normal people would not get access to a very secure facility's flight manifests, right? Records. That's like...
Noble could.
What? I'm sorry, what was that? I'm sorry, what did you say? Oh, did you say a noble...
Yeah, a noble might be able to get access to the flight manifest.
Okay, well, unfortunately, there isn't one here. There's just a pilot. But I think they would try to go to wherever they have to. Oh my God, wherever they have to go to have that conversation. Since they can't go down, and then whatever we're able to figure out there after that, they're like provided. Greg/Val is good with that. They would continue the whole sleeping in Elle's room and trying to do the protecting thing and not actually sleeping and all of that.
Sweet. So I just need to double check. You didn't sleep the night before, and you're not sleeping this night. So that's 2 nights in a row. After that one really great night of sleep, now it's like good.
Yeah. They do nap. Like I don't think I would say like they're not getting 8 hours, but they're probably getting 4 per day with their little catnappy things.
Nice. Yeah, that's super healthy.
That's like...
It's so good. They are the epitome of self-care right now. Like I feel like if their therapist were talking to them, their therapist would be totally okay with the way they're handling all of this.
The door's open to your quarters. Hey, were you about to rest?
I was.
Sorry about that. So you were about to go to sleep.
Well, I'm not anymore. What do you want?
I was gonna wait for you to recite the poem. If you were going to rest, then you would be able to sleep.
Tarika closes the door to their room.
So, Val, 2 questions. What do you do in your montage to prep for the banquet tomorrow? And is it cool for Val to sleep in your room to just make sure you're fine? Because I'm sure you're fine, right?
As soon as you said Val, I had to sneeze. Like I was sitting here not sneezing for 20 minutes, and then I had to sneeze.
That's why I ask now.
What were your questions? I was having some type of explosion.
Val's in time.
What does Val do, right, in the 24 hours before the banquet? And is it totally cool for Val to go and sleep in, for Tarek to sleep in Val's room?
Yes, yeah, because to kind of restate, even though we've had some craziness, well, we've had some abnormalities over the last couple evenings, Val doesn't remember any of that. And so yeah, absolutely, you know, this is all part of the thing. I think what Val would do, kind of armed with information he does remember in the free fields, I think that he would spend the majority of the day going over his notes, but he's not in his room at all. Which is a huge change of pace, because normally that's the only place he is. And not only is he not in his room, he is not in the ship. He would be outside. He would most likely be drinking to excess. And the entire time he would just be the entire time he would just be sitting there, you know, drinking, probably as close to the TV that he smashed. I'm sure they probably have it like roped off now. Yeah, they're repairing it or whatever. He'd be at like the next closest table, chair, or whatever that they would allow him to be, and he would just sit there and he'd be, you know,
waiting for the story to come back.
2 bottles in of like wine. Like he's just drinking and working on he has a computer that no one has probably seen yet, and he's just looking over just a half glass. Just a half glass. Several consecutive half glasses.
I will note that the sort of very brief footage of that Aslan woman being captured would be rebroadcast a couple of times just to make sure everybody sees it. And that official from Asim, who's getting his 15 minutes of fame on a slightly more galactic level, gets to announce strength and no tolerance as an expert. Just little loop. News loop.
I would order, like, can I do one other thing? You said we can shop, right?
Absolutely. This is your shopping time.
Val would probably go and get himself not like the most expensive suit you could find, and not like the trendiest suit you could find, but he would find whatever is like the equivalent of galactic, you know, like traditional, just, you know, never goes out of style suit that would be, you know, or you know, drape or you know, floor length, whatever would happen to be like the equivalent of a suit here. And he would probably go, but he would probably be a bit of a menace during this day, not deliberately, but like
just a vibe.
You know, he's just drinking. He's really committed to the drinking today. And he is going to continue to do that drinking, but at the same time try to get things done. And if anybody has ever been drunk and had a list of chores, then you know where Val is in this mind space. Right when you are, wow, I am really where I would want to be if I was just sitting on a bar stool, but I need to go I need to go mow the grass, which is then becomes a deadly event. Okay, so that's where he is.
There are a couple moments.
Sorry, quick question.
Please.
Would Terica have noticed that Val, like, would there have been any outward sign before Val peeled off that Terica might have picked up that something was wrong?
I I would
I
like.
think
I'm
it's
trying to give
tricky
you something.
because everybody was in a
Yeah.
pretty weird space, right? It was a pretty weird space.
Yeah.
And you did hear Val say free fields in your mind before the viral thought started.
Oh, that's right.
And he probably wouldn't
I
have.
forgot
if this
that
helps you,
Tarika
Ari,
heard Val's voice.
You would have heard that, and he probably would have made a very quick if he even went into the ship. I'm not even sure he goes into the back into the ship. He might just disappear into the crowd after he crushes the vid screen, you know, and then eventually, you know, I'm assuming that this place is pretty close to the ship, like this little cafe or a little lounge area. He would go do all of his shit and then arrive back there very intoxicated, and then just be sitting there drinking and watching vid screens and his computer for the rest of the day. So he wouldn't be too far. He would just be not where he normally is.
Is it all right if because I think Tarika would, that sounds like abnormal behavior for Val, and Tarika would pick up on that, and they would probably check in with him because of that. Just to see like how he is, whether he opens up or not, they'd still be there. Which actually would then, I think, take away from their nap time. So then they would not get a nap today. Just to have that fun. People. Yeah, I bet you do, Trooper.
I do very much. As a matter of fact, very, very much.
Yeah.
It makes me happy.
I don't know that Tarika would drink a whole lot, but they would be right. They would be there after they do their trip to the place to hopefully try and get information about the guy.
So, the Harlock. By the way, if you're looking for clothing up here, you can absolutely get a really nice suit of the Galactic. What you describe is absolutely up here. No problem. Like the most royal sort of stuff you're not going to get up here, but what you ask, absolutely. What you probably cannot get, well, you might be able to because you're not from here. You cannot really get vac suits or things that might help you get off the planet, unless you're an off-world, in which case you can't buy those things.
I don't need a vac suit. I already got that shit.
Oh yeah, you're good. The Harlock, what do you do for your 24 hours of montage?
No, you don't. No, you don't. Yeah. Sue has the vac suit.
Yeah, so the Harlock, I imagine during some time of cruising around would see these newscasts as well.
Yeah, there's a bit of a publicity blitz going around.
So this, I'm assuming, but is this the Aslan woman that...
Yes, it is.
Okay. The Harlock would put a ping out to see if there's... She would go through her normal channels to get every piece of information she can about what's going on. Who is this Aslan woman? What does anyone else within her circles know about Free Fields and this arrest and what's going on? She would be to the grindstone with that.
I see. I'm going to need a roll from you. Now, here's the thing. You've not yet cultivated any context here, but there is a JTAS lounge. They have one here, which is pretty impressive for them because this place is so podunk. You're surprised they actually have one. Most places of this quality...
They want to seem fancy, though.
Yes. Yes.
And you have to have all the trappings if you want to seem fancy.
Yeah, this is not the kind of place that would normally have a JTAS lounge, but it actually does have one because they do want to seem fancy. It's a little sad, but you actually do have a lounge where you can go sit. You can actually get, like, there's an internal bar. They've got like a restaurant that's just for people who are JTAS members or their friends, where you can go and like.
Sad.
Yeah.
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 We feeling recon on this? Or
no.
Carouse?
Carouse with social standing is what you will need.
I'm not mad at that.
Because that is the thing that you do when you're hanging out in a lovely sort of bar restaurant, trying to make a good space and get people to loosen up and feel good about.
That would be a 13.
Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice indeed. I have
No
to
one
just
carouses like the Harlock can carouse.
Well, I will just note that Val's carousing, but just not in the same
Val's
kind
carousal
of way.
is very aggressive.
Yeah. Now, I just need to pull up something if you don't mind. Let me find it. Where are you?
That's a good question.
Viewer rewards. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you. Where did you go, viewer rewards?
Is it time to meet someone new?
You know, it's perhaps. Hello. How are you? I'm looking for some assets. I do have some assets right here. We have there is a person in the bar, Doxel Rubicine, who's a trader, who's, you know, having a meal. And this is a sort of a place where people who are travelers, the J test, you have to have a membership, brought to us, by the way, by KY Hawkeye. And Doxel Rubicine is a bwap. They look sort of like giant newts. And is a sort of like a fairly friendly sort of trader who's, they're making their way. And you sort of strike up a very nice sort of conversation. And this person has just arrived, and you can get some rumors and some sort of gossip. And this will be a person that I'm going to sort of mark down on your sheets as a contact. This is a traveling one, so like you might be able to find them here and there. But what they do know is that there is an organization called the Free Fields that have caused trouble for a couple of decades now, actually. Well, of sorts. They are some sort of like radical collectivist organization that are sort of like, sometimes they're agricultural places that don't treat the workers very well. They're a little bit exploitative, and sometimes workers live in a hellscape. And these are the people who make the food that let us all live. And there's some kind of radical political organization that is about sabotaging oppressive systems. It's about trying to make a place where the people who till the land are able to enjoy the fruits of their labor and not be exploited. And they want free fields. And they, you know, are responsible for disrupting agricultural trade shipments that they've been disruptive for the last couple of decades. They're not super huge. I mean, they've become a little bit bigger in the last time period, but it's one of those things like you've heard, like, oh yeah, I heard there's like kind of like a terrorist organization out there, some kind of radical collectivist thing. Apparently they're sort of got a lot of misfits in there. I mean, not misfits is not the right word, but like they've got Aslan and Varger and humans. It's like a pretty sort of mixed group.
I can't imagine
they
what
seem
that
kind
would
of
be like.
Yeah, they seem kind of small, but they seem to be sort of spreading. And this person was like, because this person's been around a while, this Bwap would say, the thing is that he's heard more about them recently. Like, they've always been sort of minor. I mean, they've caused trouble and people are not happy about them with some people, but a lot of planets don't care. Some people's do, but he's been hearing more about them recently. Like that being like a sort of minor organization, he's been hearing more about them recently. There's more talk about them. People talk about them a bit more. And apparently this guy, he's like a major agricultural leader, has sort of decided, because of something that happened. I don't know. Anyway, he's decided to he's made some kind of deal with GDCO to sort of go after this organization, and they've been on the hunt, and they got a really important leader in this organization, this Aslan woman.
I think with that, and the Harlock's approach on this would have been like, it's playing up on the screen, like, oh, have you heard about this?
Yeah.
And as soon as he mentions the Aslan woman, the Harlock kind of lean in and be like, yes, I've heard a lot of things about the Aslan. Don't know that I've met many in person myself. What do you know about this one?
Yeah. What I know is that she's the key to finding the leader. I think the leader's called the White Rabbit, but I'm not 100% certain. That's the rumor, at least.
Interesting.
No one's seen him for a while, and no one's ever seen his face. But that man, Ruby something or other, seems to be quite all up in wanting to find the White Rabbit and bring him to justice. Though he speaks a Solomani accent, but he speaks where I don't think it's justice that he wants.
Interesting. Well, from the amount of publicity this has gotten, I almost feel like it's a little bit more about that.
Yes, I mean, seems to me that this is, a little bit strange, I thought.
Oh?
Well, Free Fields is a organization that's based in the Reach. It's about the Reach. It's about the Reach, which means, and of course, GDCO cares because they care about disruption of profits and trade, and these people have been disrupting profits and trade, embarrassing people and all of that. But I heard that this Aslan woman is being held in Imperial space.
Imperial space.
Yes, and I don't quite know why the Imperials have somebody who's not involved in Imperial business.
There could be something in the Reach that the Imperium is interested in.
Maybe. Yes, there's also they brought her to it's all over the news. It's a bit strange. They brought her to Bastion. It's a Imperial planet right on the other side of the border, very close. Just on the other side of the regions.
You travel all the time, I imagine. What do you know about this place?
Well, I know there's a naval base there. And it's it's got some good technology on it. It's a pretty advanced planet. Strong military presence. There's a countess, Marymore, who is based. Don't think that's her home planet, the planet that she has a knighthood on, but I think that's where her main base is. I just know her because she's been speaking very big talk about searching for pirates of late. Disrupting trade, It's never good if you get pirates always disrupt trade, and that's always a bit of a problem.
Well, it's good to know that they're on top of stopping these pirates. That's quite frightening for travelers like us.
Well, yes, but to be honest, I've not been troubled too much. I think it's all a bit of a. There were some reports recently, but nonetheless.
Well, I did hear some things myself. I hear that the pirates are on the rise.
Well, I've not seen it myself. I mean, I did get hear about that sort of hit over on Blue, and there was that other sort of. I've heard there's a fellow out and about. Oh,
Who's
and there's
that?
these smugglers. People being kidnapped, you know. That's what I heard about that.
Interesting.
Uh,
Just anyone?
well, no, it's about, well, do you know about the Glorious Empire?
Refresh my memory.
It's a splinter group. It's a Aslan splinter, sort of extremists who've broken off from the Hierate, and they deal in slaves quite a lot. And I heard that there's a bit of a market to kidnap good, strong agricultural workers and sell them off to the Glorious Empire. It's not going to handle any of us, but might slow down trade. And some of the smaller planets might have food problems, but I don't know. I don't quite know
I can't
why
imagine the free fields would like that.
No, I can't imagine they would. They're the kind of organization that would definitely not like that. Not at all. And there's some trouble. Diplomatically, the Aslan Hierate are upset because they say that the Glorious Empire makes them look dishonorable, and always some sort of stress there.
Well, there are always some bad apples.
Yes, but the Imperium likes to paint all Aslan as if they are Glorious Empire, and they're not. So that's neither here nor there, I suppose. But I can say that there's some tensions. Nonetheless, I think it's a trap.
It does seem odd that they would be so open about the location.
Yes, I thought so as well, but they've declared that they brought her to Bastion. They're holding her there.
Did they say what any plans are for her at this point?
Oh, well, that Ruby fellow announced that they're probably going to execute her, which I think is quite odd because I have not heard about a trial of any sort. But,
well, you know how they get with disruptions.
Yes, but she's not even Imperial. I don't think they have the jurisdiction at all. It's all very strange, if you ask me. It's not right.
Do you remember when he said the execution was set for?
No, they said they were waiting on something. Some sort of paperwork or some such.
Interesting. Well,
yes.
It seems they're at least trying to make it seem as if they're going through the proper channels. Even though I'm not sure that's the case myself.
Yes, I just am a bit concerned about the Imperium taking people from the Reaches outside of their jurisdiction.
Well, if it can happen once, it can happen again. Who knows who they'll snap up?
Yes, well,
I'd watch my back if I were you.
Yes, I certainly will. Watch yours. There's some pirates on the move. Some sort of strange business.
Indeed.
But you know, I'm myself. Coming from the other side of the Florin League. I'm on my way heading towards the Imperium. That's where I'm taking my goods. So, if I see you around that way, I'll give you a look in one of the JTAS.
Yes, please do. And she'd indicate she'd buy a round of drinks for them.
Oh. And then the WAP takes they get like a washcloth, and they just like wet themselves. They like to keep wet, hydrated.
As a thank you for the wonderful conversation.
Oh, of course. And your name is your ship?
Oh yes, you know I just came in. I'm kind of traveling around, seeing the sights.
Yes.
I'll have to double check the name of the ship I came in on.
Well, I'm the captain of the Cornflower. If you see me, just let me know.
Yes, well, wonderful. An absolute pleasure.
Of course.
And what sort of goods are you transporting? Anything interesting?
Well, nothing I can sell here. I happen to have quite a bit of electronic circuitry, but they're not really excited about it here.
Oh, well, I do believe the crew that I came in on might be looking for some electronics. I can pass the information along.
Oh, well, I'll be here in the J-Task for the rest of the week.
Wonderful. And I think Darholic would kind of excuse herself, and then as she's walking out, as soon as she's out of earshot, she'd jump on a car and be like, Tarika.
Yes?
Do we need any electronics of any sort?
Oh, well, yes, I have a couple needs that would be useful. What kind of electronics? I imagine at this point Tarika's like sitting next to Val wherever they are.
and covering the other comm where it's like Severance, Tarika. Yes,
Yeah.
when you have a free moment, meet me over by in the fancy part of the station.
Shuts off the Severance line again. The fancy part of the station. What? I mean, okay. Well, I'm with Val now. Is that right?
No, bring him along. Maybe you want some electronics as well for Quint's arm.
Jericho shuts off. So it's like calm line again. Yeah. Val and I are on the way.
And then I imagine montage style would meet up and then would just somehow make this meeting happen.
Yes, you can get some good computer parts that you might need to upgrade Sue. Because you can buy some
I
of
think
those
also,
here.
real quick, the Harloc's not going to hang out while they do their electronics transactions. Not really interested in that. But as soon as the introduction is made, and they're going to do whatever, the Harlock would turn to walk away, and then as leaving would just pop into Val's mind really quick, and just say as kind of walking away, I'm sure you know this, but she's being held on Bastion, evidently going to be executed, and then just kind of leave to go about her business.
Quint, in your montage, what are you up to? Got 24 hours.
Hi. Yeah, so Quint's a little shaken, so they go back to the ship. Yeah, weird. And like I think they try to take a nap, but that lasts like 5 minutes before they're like, no, can't. Laying down, thought it would help, made it worse. And so would do what has always worked in the past, which is a really hard workout. Yeah. Not on the silks, because you're not supposed to do stuff like that when you're not mentally all there, because that's dangerous. And what would suck for a banquet? A broken neck. So just a really hard workout, like the weights impromptu weights. Probably, actually, no, I could buy weights here.
Point of order.
Yes,
you would get a suggestion.
Okay.
You need to work
what kind
out,
of suggestion?
Right?
Yeah.
A young agricultural lad from a planet just inside the Imperial border, who got a very cheap discount ticket to go all the way to Assis, with a ship that was carrying illegal goods that he did not know about, would ask if you wanted to help with the grebes. Some grebe wrangling.
Yeah, I'll help with the grebe wrangling, and then keep working out afterwards. And then after a nice, really hard workout, like that has cleared Quint's mind a bit. Still a little rattled, but not nearly as shaken as they were. So she would grab a to-go protein something or other and go shopping, because Quint actually has quite a lot to do in these 24 hours. So goes out to the high point downport, and we'll go clothes shopping. I think the only person who's actually Val did some clothes shopping, but I have to do a lot of clothes shopping. First and foremost, I have to get Wesley a suit that I can alter.
Yeah.
I would tailor it from scratch, but we don't have the time for that.
Nope.
So just gonna get a nice suit that looks about the size. I took all the measurements, so I just get an appropriate suit that I could tailor to make work to do what I want it to do. Also get some of the materials and appropriate accoutrement, little hooks and eyes and all that kind of thing for a nice binder to be made up.
One will not do
probably a couple.
damage.
Actually, the supplies. Yes, the supplies for a few. But only gonna make work on one for tonight. And then go shopping for herself because he's not had that opportunity really. And Quinn's gonna get 2 outfits. Formal. One is one that she thinks the Harlock would wear to a nice meeting, to a banquet. And then this other one takes a lot longer to pick out. Is something that Quint thinks they would wear to like a nice shindig, maybe? And then comes back home, goes back to the ship after purchasing these things, and sows like the wind. Well, that's all I've got right now, so yeah. Well, home is home, but I don't know if I'm ever going to see that again, so. Yep. Yeah, lots of sewing. Gotta sew a binder, alter a suit, and alter an outfit for myself. Tailor outfit for myself.
Do you get to hang out with Terica?
I think I'm too busy today. I mean, if Terica comes and hangs out, but I'm gonna do it. There's I think I've co-opted a swath of the table space and the lounge area.
Yeah.
Not the dining area, but the lounge area, because I saw some tables in there. It's probably more table space than in her room. So it's just sitting there. There's a sewing machine and just piles of stuff. It always looks like a disaster when you have a sewing project. I know intimately well. Yeah.
I think Terica would have
But wait, that was Severance. But I need more volume on that.
Yes, it's very quiet. Yes. Yes. What is it?
I was wondering, I'm having a hard time getting Terica to read me this poem. You two are friends, right?
I mean, sure. As much as I am friends with anyone else on the crew.
What's a good strategy to get them to read this? Because it's a pretty important thing that they're going to be presenting to the banquet.
Yes.
Representing Drinax and our culture, and I was just trying to approve it.
Do you not trust Terica?
No, I trust them. I just was I just would like to hear it, and I'm very eager to know it.
But what if they wanted to surprise you with it? With all of their fancy noble skills, of oration and things like that. Surprises. That's good to know. Have you told Terica you dislike surprises?
Great. I'll that's a good idea. I'll tell them that. Thank you.
All right.
With that, my friends, we will move to the time to get on the shuttle.
Yes. We're not supposed to show up early or late. We have to be punctual.
Yes, they don't want you hanging about. Also, I'm sad that I don't think I have all of the limericks that have been happening in chat.
Oh, I know.
There have been some really good ones. I'm trying to capture them as I can.
How in the world can I match what has happened in chat? I have not. This is not pre-planned. I'm just hoping something great comes out of my head.
I the one that I put in there, that's my gift to you. Rock that to Ari.
Thank you.
Most of my limericks aren't safe for Twitch.
So, it is day 56. It has been a somewhat tense evening and last 24 hours, 48 hours really. And it's about 5 p.m.-ish when you are told to meet on the dot on the yellow part of the high point downport to take this shuttle. One of the very few shuttles that the Freedmen have that can go from underwater to above surface. Water pressure is very high. And
like what, 2-3 atmospheres of pressure?
Yeah, and that's some pretty high level technology that is not necessarily what they have access to, but they have at least one. And when you arrive, what is your marching order? And let's roll for initiative. No, that's not it. Just
okay, I'm down. Where's the
it's
sheet?
emotional.
I'm ready.
It's emotional
right.
initiative.
Oh, I'm not ready for that one. I thought we were gonna I thought I was gonna ask some questions to people, and I was ready for that.
Can I roll with admin?
Roll admin, yes. Actually, yes. The shuttle itself it sort of keeps everything shut down until right before you arrive at the shuttle itself. Then the doors open up, and there is sort of like a middle-aged man who looks not particularly interesting, but you know him, Quint.
Yes.
Sort of bland, and when the doors open on the shuttle, you can see him, but he's not sticking his head out so that people on the outside may not necessarily clock him. And he just sort of gestures for you all to come in.
Yep. Opius. Get in.
He smiles at you all. Captain Harlock, he says, and he looks at you. The captain.
Yep.
Quint. And he sort of gestures for you all to sit. By the way, Evan is also with you. And also Wesley. We're going to describe what you all look like when you get to the banquet. But the shuttle itself, sort of the doors shut down. It's very sort of quiet in here. And the shuttle itself, you can tell that it has quite a lot of cargo space. So they can perhaps bring cargo from down below up here with bypassing the funicular, which is the only way to get cargo otherwise. The only way to get things from the bottom to the top is through that one funicular with all of those guards and their tariff markings. But this is one of the few places they can. And the person who sort of guided you in, once you get in there, he just basically says to the captain, I will not be coming with you, but when you arrive, you will have people waiting for you. Would you, and he just sort of passes you like a small book. Could you pass this along to my colleague who will meet you?
Certainly. Shame you won't be joining us.
No, I have to stay up here, watch things. And once you're all settled, he sneaks out the back. And
that's okay. It's nice knowing
the shuttle takes off.
Or he's gonna stage a coup. Either way, it's not great for him.
He can say he'll be fine.
And I believe you.
Okay. I've been playing too much Call of Cthulhu lately. I don't think he's gonna be fine at all. But it's just me.
The shuttle takes off, and as you fly, give me.
What is a shuttle? Not a vernacular.
No, it's not. It's an actual shuttle.
Yeah.
It's an actual shuttle.
And we're taking off. We're not like Naboo going through the core with a little like a different little water
That'd be
ship.
Great.
You have to take up, and you sort of move out over the atmosphere above this sort of sickly yellow cloud of the atmosphere, like smog. Right, you're flying out, and you can hear old Sindalian things about like flight clearances. And as you sort of head off and sort of mention that you can hear Tarika, some questions about what all is coming in and out on the shuttle. And the pilot just reminds them that they have diplomatic immunity and that on a diplomatic shuttle, this is private, right? And so there's no manifest of who is on this shuttle or what is on this shuttle or not. And there seems to be a little bit of tension around that between the pilot and the flight control tower. But this isn't a diplomatic shuttle that they don't, just to get to know what's going on. And as you sort of fly out,
I have a question. Is there anyone else in like the cabin with us besides the pilot's up front? Is there anyone who's in the cabin with us?
Mm-mm.
Cool. I'm gonna flip through that little book a little bit, because he said give this to the guy. He didn't say don't look at this and give it to the guy. So
You kind of look through
yes,
it.
yes.
That's rude.
You can take the spy out of Soleimani's space, but it's hard to take the spy out of the Soleimani.
It's encoded. It's all handwritten.
That's fine. I just have to flip through the pages and make sure I've got my head tilted the right way. I'm not worried
what
about
I
it.
said? I said Soleimani spy.
It seems like a bit of a diary, is what it looks like.
That's fine.
Code.
I'm flipping through it too fast to actually read it. Like I look at the first page, and then I just flip through.
Record. Mm-hmm.
Pause. Flip. Pause. Flip. Pause.
Taking screenshots.
I will note that you will have time to probably take. You will have time for the whole thing because it's a long flight.
That's perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to make that known that I was snooping through their things. Like, he didn't say not to look at it. He just said give it to the guy.
Well, that's because you're not going to be able to read it.
Yeah.
And it's not like you have like cameras. So this
Hey-o.
dome
I could have stopped her.
is on the opposite side of the planet. So you have like quite a bit of a flight, and you go above the atmosphere. The pilot, Tarika, would you make me an intellect pilot roll?
The pilot Tarika or the pilot interrupted hyphen Tarika?
The pilot interrupted hyphen Tarika.
Okay.
Do we know that our current thing has ever flown before? Is that what I'm
Well, they got up there.
Things are pretty automated. I mean,
Tarika, they've been in shuttles before, but they had a crash at one time. So they're not white knuckling it at this point, but they are holding on to the sides of this.
Yeah, I'm going to hold on my clothes this time.
Do you teleport out of your clothes?
Not willingly.
This shuttle's pilot is very good.
Oh.
This shuttle's pilot has got a smoothness about her that is not the level of quality that a normal average shuttle pilot has. It is an order of magnitude better than your average shuttle pilot might have. There's a little, like, the tightness of their turns, their maneuverability. I don't mean that in a dirty way. The maneuverability of her, you might guess. Looking at the shuttle from the outside, there's no weaponry on this shuttle because I'm sure that would not be allowed. Your guess is that this is a person who is a combat pilot. This is the level of skill that this pilot has. And as you are sort of moving, the drop happens. All of a sudden, there's a moment, and the shuttle tips and plunges into the darkness of this atmosphere. And it's that roller coaster moment, and there's turbulence, but the pilot is able to ride that turbulence to make it as smooth as possible. And as you're moving through the atmosphere, you can see nothing. The entire air is thick as soup. And you notice there are little pockmarks on the outside of the glass.
Soup is a trigger word for me and you, so you can't just offer soup like that without...
I'm gonna offer you some soup. And
Trooper, the whole crew is spicy today.
I love it.
Trooper, can I take this chance real quick?
Yes.
You said we're diving down in the shuttle.
Not into the water.
Are
to
these
the atmosphere? Into the water.
Atmosphere
we're
first.
We're not underwater. We're
not albatrossing yet. Okay.
Not yet.
Describe the inside
So-
of the shuttle. Is
Sweet.
it similar to the one we had before where we have like side-by-side seating or...
This one is, so the one you had before, that last shuttle was a, like the last shuttle you were on in Marduk is a commercial shuttle for like a fairly large number of people. This one carries about 10, but it has a fairly extended rear cargo space. The shuttle itself, it's kind of interesting. It's got it looks fancy. This is clearly on the inside. It's nice. It's supposed to be a diplomatic shuttle, so it has a bit of that air to it, but it's a bit more utilitarian in the sense that they may not have. It's nice enough. It doesn't have the kind of velvet, right, of like a really decadent sort of noble space. It's a bit more utilitarian. It is nice. I wouldn't conduct diplomacy on this shuttle, whereas there are other shuttles that you totally would. This one doesn't seem to have that level of ostentatiousness, and also because
It's a
it goes
rented
up and
limo, it's not your limo, right?
no, it's more like think of it like somebody's got a really nice late 70s Cadillac, right? But like a Cadillac sedan, so it's like it's like a nice town car, but it's a little bit older, but it's been well maintained. It's one of those things that if you were not rich, you'd be like, oh, that's impressive. But if you were a really, really rich person, you're like, why is that not a limo Hummer? You know what I mean? Like, and so it's not a limo Hummer, but it's a nice town car. But you can tell the effect of the atmosphere, and that there are little pockmarks on the windows, right, from the corrosiveness of the atmosphere. And you can also notice, especially Terrica, that the minute you get into the atmosphere, they speed up real fast. They do not seem to want to spend a lot of time in the atmosphere of this planet, as little time. It's like a good, nice Cadillac Seville, right? It's like it's nice, but it's not what nice people have now. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like a good, solid niceness. It is surprisingly there's a lot of it's a little bit smaller on the inside than it is on the outside. Just a little, perhaps for like thickness of the
Safety.
walls, safety.
It's got to be able to take those atmospheres of pressure.
It's got to be able to take those atmospheres of
Yeah,
pressure.
and also cargo, maybe.
I
Who
mean,
knows? I think
who
Terrica
knows?
does, once they recognize that it's a good pilot, they definitely relax a little bit. Their hands come off of the hand rests.
Yeah.
What are those called? Arm rests.
You will notice that there are most of these places you don't need seatbelts. There are some heavy duty seatbelts here, like the kind of like
Quint would be wearing their seatbelt.
Crash belts.
Crash
there
belts.
Terrica would be wearing
Like
their
a
seatbelt.
3-point harness type thing?
Yes. Which you wouldn't, you don't normally have those in shuttles at all, actually. You have those in more military craft. But, you know, just in case.
Interesting.
Cool.
Yeah. Most shuttles don't need that because they're not going to do anything wild.
Even my clothes on.
After my interruption, I will just say this, that during the dive, whoever's closest or sitting near Val would hear him whisper, I dreamt this once. That's it.
Terrica would probably be sitting near Val again because last time they were on a shuttle together, they needed to catch him. So I don't know who else would be sitting on the other side, but
so you've got what you've got here is in terms of the setup. There is
I'm sitting next to Wesley.
Wesley's sitting next to you. You've got like 2 chairs, like it's like you've got 10. So it's like 6 and 4, and so the 6 are facing forward, and then there are 4 facing backwards, and there's clear little empty space in the middle. So there's probably like a table that could be brought out from like the walls, so you could have like a meeting in this space. And if you did, you'd have basically you'd have 4 or 5 tables right around that table, but the table's not out. But you're going to assume there's probably 1 recessed. So you've got like 6 seats looking forward, 2, 2, 2, and then 4 looking the other direction, away from the direction you're going. It's pretty nice, but it's rapid. It's fast, and it's like you're speeding, and then you feel it when you hit the water. You just dive right into the water, and all of a sudden it's darkness, and you go from seeing only like weird yellow green weird pea soup, thick pollution, acidic corrosive pollution, to just being plunged into like a cool blue. And you can feel like the ship moving slowly and sliding through the water as you sort of find yourself not in that kind of strangeness, but now in a quiet. And there's just the sounds of, it becomes echoey and hollowy, and it's like dark blue. And as you keep going, you can feel that you're going down deeper and deeper as the color goes from a kind of a light blue to darker and darker. And it's just this quiet moment. And the pilot says, "Yeah, you're, we're almost there," she says. And it's all soft, quiet, and dark until after about 2 or 3 hours, like about an hour, there's sort of lights emerging out of the windows in the distance. And there, as you begin to move, before you, you see these lights. And you see the domed city of Falaka. I see you, Lindy. I see you.
I said nothing.
No, you thought it. And
I did.
You did. I know you did. And what you see, you can imagine something like Rapture, right? It's this domed city, and I will tell you, it is massive. It is giant. And all around the city, inside the dome itself, you can see the lights of skyscrapers and buildings. And as you're moving, the pilot just goes, "Be prepared." And silent like a manta ray, the ship comes into, and you can see like there's like a sub-docking bay, and the shuttle slides in, and this place sort of dwarfs your shuttle. And as you sort of come in, the gates shut behind you, and you have to wait as all the water gets sort of pumped out of the space where you're at. And then
there's like
after a
a
moment,
landing of us as like the water level goes down. It's like there's like probably that was the most uncomfortable part was it's like just there's no brace or anything. It's just because the water has to. That's so cool.
And the doors to the shuttle open, and you can smell salt water everywhere in this sort of moment. And the ship itself is like on a grate, and you can see the water being pumped out, and it's still there, and it's all wet. And the pilot leans back and goes, "All right, listen up. You'll be meeting the speaker, not first, but at the banquet. Mind your P's and Q's, be respectful, and, well, good luck."
Thank you.
Jericho will like unbuckle their seatbelt and then stand up and offer their hand to the pilot, and like as a like handshake sort of thing. And they'll say,
comes up,
"That was excellent flying." And they'll say in Sindalian, "That was excellent flying. I haven't seen better."
And she returns back to you in Sindalian in I'm going to need you to roll Sindalian for me, if you would.
Okie dokie.
Education? Okay.
Was
you
that in
actually,
education? It was in education.
You can just swap the bonus there. You actually do understand her. It is hard. I don't know if you've ever watched, like, the first time I watched EastEnders, or maybe one of those shows where the person's got a very, very thick working class accent and you have no idea what they're talking about. And you're like, wait, what? What was that, Glaswegian? Hold on a second. And it's like that where you're like, this is a kind of old Sindalian you have never heard before. It is very thick and dialecty. But you pick it up, you're like, okay, hold on, I got it, right? And it's a totally different sort of verb form. Like, you're like, whoa, okay, this structure is very different. Okay, but you're like, okay, this is not anything you've read or heard or was taught. It's quite different. But she sort of smiles at you and nods, and then sort of like notes the brooch and goes, oh. And the outer door opens, and someone has come to meet you.
I Wesley, and I just say, remember, Wesley, Crash Jones doesn't slouch. And I just, like, stand back upright.
Right? A diplomat has come to greet you. And you're going to have to remember, this is going to be somebody who represents the elite. This is a diplomat who's come to greet you and bring you to the banquet. And as the inner doors open, out steps your diplomat, your escort, someone who is meant to greet someone of importance, a group of important people, someone from Drinax. And standing at the platform, there before you, is wearing their best. I suppose that's the best way to put it. Is a human. This human is masculine, sort of a masculine sort of person, wearing dark yellow, like a dark yellow jacket. Looks to be maybe leather. Is wearing sort of heavy, thick denim pants, pressed, cuffs rolled, thick, heavy work boots, also of a leather. Is wearing a white t-shirt. And the t-shirt is like cut sort of low. She's like well built and muscular, and she has got tattoos running all up her neck. Half of the side of her head is shaved, and so the tattoos go all the way up and into her hairline. And you can see that there's tattoos on her knuckles. The tattoos are intricate and detailed. And you notice that none of the people above had tattoos that were speaking with you. Even that the pilot had one small tattoo. This person has got very impressive tattoos, and the dark yellow leather jacket has got cut off sleeves, so you can see their arms, which are covered in tattoos. And she also has got like piercings all around her ears. And she is carrying with her a bag and like a pipe that is made out of like a brass that is sort of seems like a something ceremonial, perhaps. She looks sort of like a biker, perhaps. Someone who is
ceremonial rumble.
Yeah, somebody who's. But I will tell you this: you have to imagine this is something that has now. If you take like a real hardcore Hell's Angel biker road warrior, and you turn that into what is now state fashion 500 years later, that is what you've got, right? You have got someone for whom this here is the height of prestige and elegance, right? This particular kind of heaviness about them. And she walks up, and they look at you all, and they go, all right, you're the guests.
And then I'll hand forward the book.
Thank you very much. This is quite useful for us. You've been invited to meet with the speaker. And he's quite glad to meet you and introduce you to our guests. While you're here, please note, this is Falaka. This isn't Dragonsdome. I am a ambassador. I'm called Knives. It is a title of respect. If you would...
It's in order to meet you, Knives.
She's gonna make a roll on all of y'all.
I've got Kareen's knife on me. If
You can call me Words.
Because Wesley's got my knife, so that helps. If anything. Oh, bless.
She rolled a 6. Well, actually, her melee is much better than that, so she rolled a 7. She's trying to assess you all.
She's fighting?
Based on your ability to be dangerous. This is what she's trying to assess. She's trying to assess your combat prowess.
You may be deceptive. You can call me Words, so I don't know if that's going to help or hinder me here.
I don't know. You can be deceptive about your combat prowess, or you can be upfront about it. If you do not wish to be deceptive, you can just say. But she's trying to check out your combat prowess.
Only peasants fight.
Only
if you would like to
sure.
be deceptive, roll deception and social standing. If you want to be honest, just let me know how she checks you out.
I'll be honest, because no, you can't tell but my axe arm. So you know the axe is. You can't tell that from looking at me. So I'll be honest. I feel like that's more upfront. Yeah,
seem like a good combatant.
That's the surprise. Yeah, you have to have X-ray vision to figure that one out. Anyway.
Don't axe, don't tell.
Exactly.
Severance, how combat capable do you look?
What is what? How does my combat look?
How combat capable do you project?
Not.
Okay then.
I don't have a sword out. I'm just sort of like, I think she approaches. She's like, "Yeah, I'm Knives," and I'm just like, okay. There isn't like any there's no match or anything. It's like, and then what? Yeah.
Tarika, how much combat capability do you project?
Tarika projects no combat ability. Like they do have their rapier. They have Kareem on their side, but they don't. They don't look at all like if they were in a fight, they would probably run. That's what they look like.
Val, how combat capable does Val project?
Okay, let's reverse engineer this a little bit.
Yeah.
I am going with the following mental image as somebody in chat has. This is Charlize Theron that looks like Jack from Mass Effect.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I've been waiting for this my entire RP life.
Okay. I know you have. That's what I posted in our Discord.
Yep.
So, okay, so
we fade to black.
Right. She approaches.
Back away.
Val swoons. It's fine.
He is not going to project any type of combat capability because he doesn't have any of that. But
you know of.
To compensate for that, to compensate for that, and I think this is in the same, in the Venn diagram, this is going to overlap. He projects absolute and complete confidence in himself.
There we go.
Not arrogance. This is confidence in knowing that I am the motherfucking best. And everybody else in here in this room or everything is not.
Yeah. Social standing, you may roll depending on where this confidence comes from.
You're just oozing
mojo. Or persuasion, depending on where your confidence is coming from.
Well, we come from his profession.
Yes.
I'm just going to go with profession because I can make an argument for either, but that seems about right. And you said social standing?
Yes, please.
Do I get any boons or anything?
Down here, ooh, you are in Falaka.
I am in Falaka.
Let's see. So this is tricky, right? Because
Falaka, what I see.
here's the thing.
Wowie.
The question is, roll luck. That's what I need you to give me a luck roll.
Yikes.
See,
And
now
this
the
luck
new
roll-
shit rolls rolled up into town.
Yeah.
Luck
You want me to
without a
roll
boon.
luck or you...
Yeah, roll luck.
Okay.
Because this is going to be about whether or not your viral thoughts have come down to here or not.
Oh, okay. So this is to see if I get a boost for my roll.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
4.
4. They're pretty isolated. I don't think the viral thoughts have arrived yet here. And so you don't get the
Okay.
boon. So you can just roll I'm just
What about the
saying that when your
intrusive
viral
ones?
thoughts spread, that might be a little bit different. But they've been somewhat isolated from the news above.
Any modifiers, like any bonuses?
No.
And
Just
again,
straight
not
up.
fishing, just I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Okay.
Just straight up. If the viral thoughts had come down here, then you would have gotten a bonus, even if they do not recognize you. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
14.
Absolutely.
Does 14 work?
Oh, yes, it does.
He
she's
doesn't
like,
break fucking eye contact with her at all.
Because she's scanning, right? And she's just like, you. And she gets to Val. And they have not looked at everybody else yet, but just stops. There's a pause. There's a beat. She stands there. She looks at Val. I don't know what anyone else is doing. It doesn't really matter at this moment. Because they're just standing there. Then she walks up to Val, just 3 inches inside of the personal bubble.
He will step forward to
Three is
take
all he
another
needs.
inch or two away. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Valentine, what's yours?
Well, my title is Knives. But,
Oh, what's your name?
yes. Most people don't deserve my name. But you may have it.
Do you think I deserve your name?
I think you might. Go by Emma.
Emma.
You have not been in my records. You are Valentine. The doctor.
Surgeon.
Surgeon. Where are you from?
But that's not who we are, really, is it?
No.
What we do.
Where are you from?
The country.
That's acceptable. It's good to know there's someone from the country here, representing Drinax. By the way, there are other people in this room, and they are not present at this moment. Do you know what I mean? Like, y'all are there. This conversation is happening, and they're just like, right there.
This is
No,
Spotlight
for all
and
intents and
shadow.
purposes, we're not here.
Let me give you a tip. The speaker
But just the tip.
represents all of us. The speaker is the best of us. Elected, free, democratic, one person, one vote. Meant to lead us to freedom. He's one of our smartest. He's also very good in a fight. But more than brawn is vision. But he doesn't stand on highfalutin fanciness. Respects honesty, straightforwardness. If it makes you a deal, it's going to be honest. You don't have time to cheat or lie, because all of us here have this one dome. We all live in this air together. If anything happens, we all die together. We don't have time for petty squabbles. And that's the sort of person he likes to deal with. So, Valentine, be honest, be of the earth, you'll be all right.
You know, Emma, I believe everything you just said except for one thing. He's not the best among you.
Well. My understanding is you've got a banquet to meet one of our guests and all that. If you are all finished early, I am, after all, your guide. I'd be happy to escort you around our fair dome. All of you, of course. Never breaking eye contact with Val.
I have a better idea. And he will extend his arm. I believe I have a +1 that I didn't feel.
Well, most likely, I should probably take you with me. It would, get you some cred. Come on.
I can think of no arm I would rather hang on. And if she offers it, he will take hers.
And she says, and she doesn't even assess the rest of the group. She's like, she's good. She says, all right, welcome to Falaka. And as you step out, you see a city that is massive, that is... I know some of you were expecting a very poor city, something miserable and dingy, but that is not this city. This city is... The dome is old. The technology that built this city is old, like all of them, a couple hundred years old, but they have been building this place since then. And as you walk through this
like New York.
place, it's yes, it is very much like New York City.
Infrastructure's questionable, but man, these buildings look great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is, right? Like, and you can tell this place has been sort of built with love, like, or been kept
once
around with love.
Yeah.
You also notice around you a number of like shifts of people coming in and out that seem to be miners, like deep sea miners. And there's clearly a lot of mining that's happening in this place. You can see like just like a lot of ore, probably expensive and invaluable ore. There seems to be a lot of wealth in terms of natural resources that they have stacked up quite near like their port area, being shipped and boxed. But they have some kind of problems with the tariffs, right? And getting things from point A to point B. They can only do these things in large mass through the big shuttles that go through Dragonsdome. And you will recall, Tarika, that they don't have as many shuttles that come back and forth as the other dome cities do. So there's this sort of bottleneck of all of this sort of work that they've been doing. But you can see that there are a lot of people, like nobody really has a lot of ostentatious wealth, but you've got a number of people who are just pretty simply, and some people, you can tell the ones who seem to have more status have more tattoos. And this place is, you can see like people are running, and like there are people like, there are like a lot of like outdoor cafes and restaurants. People have like little motorcycles, and there are cars, and it's like huge cities, and you can see like nightclubs and music happening. And there are these like I said they're skyscrapers, but they're more like cement blocks. You can tell this is probably from when this was still a prison itself, right? These sort of big cement blocks. It looks sort of like Soviet brutalist sort of architecture, but they've been painted, right? They've been painted with like the sun and mountains and trees. There are all of these sort of paintings and all of these big, ugly, what was originally ugly blocks, cinder block buildings. And they've been turned into these beautiful murals of like sea creatures and like trees and clouds and like blue skies. There's this whole sort of like forests, right, of all painted all around. There are no people in these paintings. It's just nature. And there's like maybe 14, 15, 16 million people in this dome city. And it's a very alive place, and people are loud. It's a loud city. People are talking and laughing.
Yeah, we're not
and
dome.
there are, yeah, it's just this like massive sort of place. And as you're moving through these huge blocks, people sort of like wave and say hello to Knives, and Knives nods, and people sort of like who are these people? They sort of check it out, and you can just hear. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to tell you something that is good. There's a distinction that only at this point in time Quint and Tarika will notice, but all of you notice this. The Dragonsdome was almost all human. Almost exclusively all human. This place is not. There are Aslan here, there are Vargar here, there's some Wap here. There are all sorts of different aliens hanging out. There are quite a few humans, sure, but also some of the humans are different, like variants of humans. Geoni people like little gills here and there, all sorts of different sorts of, a wide variety of humans. Quite a few Vargar, actually, quite a few. There are quite a few Aslan. It's actually a fairly sort of species diverse sort of space. And there is yellow. And here, the yellow is exuberant, right? It is sort of worn with joy, as if whatever was once made as a way to mark them as subordinate is now, they have the sun, right, in all of their clothing. And it is this place where you've got, and I will tell you, the people look like they work. They work hard. This is clearly, you can tell, a lot of maintenance has to happen to keep this dome running and working. But they've got pretty good technology. They've got you can see some pretty nice electronics technology. It's not your level, but like they rival Dragonsdome in terms of their technology. But they do not fetishize the past. There are no big statues of the past. There are no statues of any person at all. It's just a place where you can tell that people are embracing sort of newer technologies. They're embracing these things, but they also just can't really leave this place in certain ways. But many they don't seem to want to, right? At least not, they don't want to escape, right? They have sort of built a sort of a place, and there's a lot of
happy in their own little bubble, you know?
Yeah, and I will note that a lot of the there's a lack of doors in a lot of these places. You can tell if you look closely that a lot of the doors had been bars, and they've all been ripped out. And so what you get is all these sort of big buildings and space and small buildings where they're not like, there's a lot of lack of windows and a lack of doors. Places are sort of open, and people seem to come in and out. They come in and out as they will. They have the freedom to move where and will they will.
So these buildings are like these large concrete block-ish buildings with no door, and it's pretty much like a trusting system. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And as you're moving through, all of you, right? And people wave, people say hey, right? Like there's like you see people playing cards and gambling, and people are sort of like drinking. People are just having a time, and you can tell shift changes, right? That like the people who are like, there are people who are on their way to go mining, people are coming their way to back mining, and like you can tell it's like a really work hard, play hard space, right? And there are a lot of kids, there are a lot of young people, there are a lot of old people, and there are people who have been injured in mining accidents, and they are like there with the rest of the community. It's a pretty sort of a tight space. Some people might find this place scary, because if you didn't know what to look for, they'd look like people who just stab you, really. So that's right. But that's, if you have been around people who live hard, they're not that scary at all. And most of them are actually pretty friendly. And you're sort of moved right into this, a big sort of central plaza. And in the center, there's like a raised dais, and with sort of like weapons around, sort of hung up around it. It seems to be a ceremonial place. It seems to be maybe perhaps where they do their trials by combat. The weapons themselves are blunt weapons. They look to be like pipes or clubs. Nothing bladed. Nothing particularly massive, right? In terms of like it's not a chainsaw. You also notice that there's armor, right? Sort of padded armor and padding around as well. So it looks like there's certainly helmets, and there's certainly sort of like chest protection as well for their sort of ceremonial combat. Also, it's not being hidden. It's just sort of like there standing. Like nothing, a lot of things are just not hidden, right? You've got stalls of fruit and all that. And you're sort of brought in towards on the far side of this big dais where, and I will note that in this sort of space where you have your sort of combat, you've got kids playing, right? They're playing ball. Having, like this is like a place that seems important, but it all doesn't seem like a place that people can't hang out there if they want to. And on the other end, there is like a sort of like a flat building that's maybe 2 stories perhaps, and again concrete. And when you sort of knives lead you all in, and when you walk in, it looks like this must have been hundreds of years ago some kind of like small office building or something, like where the correctional officers would have their, where they would hang out, like their kind of building. And it's been turned into sort of like a main business building. And as you're led in, you're brought up to the second floor. And there you see this big open room. It's been opened out, and some of the walls have been removed to give a really large space. And the windows are open so you can see the ceremonial dais, which has got like ribbons tied around it, the dais itself. And in this place, there is a large table. There are sort of concrete benches around it. And at this table, you have got in the center, but not raised above anyone else, you've got clearly who must be the speaker, who is wearing like this really heavy leather jacket, deep yellow, with sort of like chains upon it. He is not wearing a shirt. He's wearing a bit of like a sort of leather strap. He's wearing sort of really tight jeans, big heavy boots. He has got like a big scar that crosses his face, a lot of tattoos, like more than anyone else. And he's got these little glasses, that he's got with him. And surrounding him, you've got a number of people who are also sort of wearing, it looks to that denim is not something that people only with like more importance get to wear denim, like that kind of denim. There's like or people who are mining. It seems like if you're mining and you're working, then you get to have these things as well. And there's like sort of a group of like 12 or 13, 14 people who are all sitting around this circle as well, on this big table. And they seem to be, you would sort of guess, because they're also holding these pipes, sort of officials. They are all sort of sitting on the same sort of level as him. There's a huge buffet, like it's just a massive table of like lots of different dishes. There is also an older man, sort of maybe in his 60s. And how do I put this? not from here. That's the best way to put it. You know when you're like, okay, I see, and you are not from here. He is wearing like a tweed suit.
Oh,
he's not wearing any
I
yellow.
love him.
Yeah, and he's like,
and that's Quint's
he's got
lover?
like, he's got like elbow patches. And he's got like a little leather bag by him, and he's just like sitting there, and he's just like marveling at everything around him. You'd have to ask, but he's just like.
Am I getting like academic? I'm getting big academic vibes from him.
You're getting very big academic vibes from him. Yes. Yes.
Is it Houndstooth or People Tooth? People Tooth is what the Vargar wear.
That is
it's
true.
a different design. It's remember.
A little more bicuspid-like, yeah.
Yeah, one is.
Not that Houndstooth is much different.
And Knives goes, Speaker, I'm glad to announce our guests from Drinax. The esteemed guests, and I can say we have a doctor who is well respected, a pilot. We have a captain of their ship. And somebody goes, and you hear one of the people who's in the back goes, Boy, it's a Drinaxian ship, yeah? Right, yes, the Drinaxian ship. They've arrived here. I hear from our contact up above that they are from Drinax. That's where the ship itself is, its home is. And we have got, looks at Evan, who's in this like silk suit with this super loud pattern tie.
People Tooth?
Yep.
Our steward.
Wesley. Steward. Thank you, Steward.
She's like, shit, I did forget to greet everyone else. Fuck.
Yeah.
This is
It's like,
me.
oops.
Yes.
Oops. Ensign, pointing to Wesley.
Engineer.
Engineer.
Close. Ensign.
Looks around. This one here.
Trooper.
Yes.
In the middle of this, can Val? I don't know. What is on this planet? How are psionics viewed? Like witchcraft, or is it like
you don't know?
You know,
burn him.
We haven't tried it out.
That's true.
We
We don't
didn't
know
want
yet.
to fuck around with trial by combat.
I mean,
You don't.
we haven't tried it out as a. Yeah.
Okay.
What you
we're
can
public
say
with
is.
that.
What you can say is
Our
this.
theory, don't do it, because then it's going to affect everybody because we're in a dome and it's like a giant satellite and everybody's going to get affected.
It's super illegal in the Imperium, but this is not the Imperium. But some people do have nerves about it because it can, psionics can, I hate to say this, can implant suggestions in people's minds, and that's super scary.
Might not be the
I've
best.
seen
Wait a minute,
friendships.
hold on.
No, that doesn't. That's all.
Hold on, I've been going down the wrong path. Wait a second.
We didn't do that today.
No, that's.
That
The whole
guard,
I meant
by the
demand more
way,
training.
is still around. And still believes those things, and is
okay?
No, he deserves
God.
that.
At the first sign that Emma is struggling, I mean, this is an RP game. I get to fucking do whatever I want.
Yeah,
I'm
you do.
going to. I'm going to.
Greg just found this out, everybody.
Get psionic with your girl.
We're playing a game.
How many years?
I would like to telepathically prompt her with everybody else, like specific facts, just shining it on everything that she could possibly need to, increase her own standing by displaying a skill at her job. How's that? Or a task.
Give me that telepathy roll. You need a 10.
I do want to say, I envision whenever she gets to her and
Quinn.
This person is. I would just want to be just here.
This person is just here.
Okay, do I get any boon bonuses or anything like that?
You don't get to roll with a boon, but there is still a lingering bonus that's hanging out there a little bit because you did some stuff recently.
I'll take that. What's the lingering bonus?
You normally get a +1. It's a +3 instead right now.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Normally up.
There's also the bonus that we have for landing. Oh,
12.
Yes.
That's for when you saw us land.
Yes.
So if these people didn't see us land,
You do need a 10.
We're up there with the guards.
Yeah.
But,
You do need a 10 up there, but this is, and like you just slip inside and without missing a beat.
I do what
And
now?
it's like,
without missing a beat.
Oh yeah.
Without missing a beat, right? She's like, this is Quint, who is an excellent gunner. And, like, there's just all this information that you all did not know that Emma knew about you that really, probably Emma should not have known about you, but all that make you all look really sound great.
Now, Trooper, if I can shine this one bit,
Please.
I'll jump out of the scene after this. This would be in that white room that's completely devoid of anything, but there would be music playing, and as he is giving this information to her, they would be dancing. And so as they spin around through the room, he'd be like, Quint, she's an all right gunner. As they...
Yeah. Oh, and there, it's like this, and the thing is, the time dilation is weird, right? So you have to have this full dance that in what takes just a few moments on the outside, right? It's that kind of time dilation. And after the introductions, this man stands up, the speaker, and says, "Welcome to Falaka. I'm the speaker. You are esteemed and welcome guests here. Seat. There are plates for everyone. We all share our food here. Please, have a seat. I'm very excited to meet you. Please."
Yeah, go up, grab a seat.
Oh, yeah. And somebody like kind of scoots over, because it's all benches, right? So you're all like sitting up on benches next to each other.
Hell yeah.
So, you, points to Severance. My understanding is that you've been making a big talk upstairs. The one's been greeting people, and he's speaking in Galangic, right? He has learned Galangic, and there is a translator, but it's not the nerdy academic. It's somebody else who's like, there's another one of them who's like translating, right, what's being said for those who don't know. And you can tell that they actually have got little earpieces so they can hear the translation. So like going through, there's like actually a person like.
I wonder what that's like.
Yeah. Oh, right. Who's like translating things? I'm very glad to meet you all. Please, and like he reaches over and grabs like small little tapas, right? There's like these little pierogies, and people kind of just share plates. So, I should excuse me. I'd like to forgive my manners. If you don't mind, you are joined here with another guest. Please stand up. And the sort of nerdy academic stands up and sort of like coughs a little bit and goes, hello. I am Professor Yutal Miroba Haut Belzoni, FIS, PhD, FHS, also engineer DDD. Greetings. I am so pleased to meet someone from Drinax. When I heard that we had guests, I'm so excited. I don't know if you might have heard. I'm an expert in Old Sindal, the Old Sindal Empire. I've been here. I'm on my way to Drinax itself because there's a particular opportunity. There's a small, I was hoping that I might be able to get a letter of introduction from you all to the king. I'm going to need a few things to settle a mystery, you know. I don't know if you know about Old Sindal, but there's some amazing theories
king or
about...
our king?
Your king, the king of Drinax.
Your king. All right.
Your king? Your king, the king of Drinax. You see, there have been theories, you see, about how when we were getting to the fall of the old Sandalian Empire, there was the old emperor at the time, it was said, would go and the speaker's like, your theories of lost treasure are very interesting, and your need to go to Drinax is also very interesting, but that was not why we brought you all here. It is just a bit convenient that we have someone who also might want to meet with you and all that. He has been talking to us for a very long time about some sort of Sindalian treasure, which I'm sure is very interesting, what nobles have stashed and whatnot. But I promised that I would let him speak with you after we all had a talk. What do you want to drink?
Water.
All right, you?
Wait for someone to laugh.
What's everyone else drinking?
Seems to be a mix of beverages. There's no real uniformity. Some people have wine, some people seem to have an
If there's
ale.
something a little bit more popular than anything, I'll go with whatever's the most popular.
There seems to be some sort of juice.
Would ask for the
Oh, would I?
no, new Quint.
Oh, new Quint, yes.
Quint.
Just Quint! You're Quint! I'm the robot! Get over, come on!
Don't yell at me, Captain! Scaring me!
What do you drink, Quint?
Would have the hardest thing available.
The speaker gets up, goes off to the back where there are a lot of beverages, and sort of like loads up a tray with what your orders are and brings over and hands them to each of you. Anything else?
Would they have Mithros, which was that Drinaxian wine?
No, they would not, because they have some problems with trade. Getting things in and out is a bit of their problem, you see.
Could we have brought a bottle with us?
Absolutely.
I mean, Terrica would have had bottles of it, so yeah.
Absolutely.
Look what Daddy brought. Look what Dadmiral brought. Tell me I don't have it.
Can I get a roll from the Harlock, please?
So that would be good, though.
I
trust the
would
poems, so I may have brought a bottle of wine.
Endurance and carouse.
Fabulous. Wait. Now, which Harlock are you?
The you Harlock, because you're getting the hardest stuff, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do I get a boon because she is a functioning alcoholic?
Yes.
Yes, but you're Quint right now. Haha.
Yes.
Quint maybe drinks. Maybe Quint's a very heavy drinker too. We don't know.
If you are a functioning alcoholic, you absolutely get a boon. 100%.
Fabulous. Okay, wait. Remind me, what am I rolling?
Endurance carouse.
On this planet, Quint is a functioning alcoholic. Everywhere else, Quint loads up on the protein for them gains.
It's funny how Quint changes on this planet.
It's so weird.
And now it's...
Not that anyone's going to come here and ask about it.
It'll be me. I'll be the one. You both.
Yep.
That would be 14.
So I'm going to tell you something.
Wait, when did you start drinking the hard stuff?
Is this water? What is this? Drinks for ants?
I forgot what they call it. They call it there's the alcohol that they make in prison, and it's called like
toilet wine.
Toilet wine.
Water! Yay!
No, it has a name.
Oh, no.
It's like something O. I think it ends with an O.
Toilet
but there's like
wine.
a name. It's like
Toilet wino.
No, it's not toilet wine.
Toilet
it's like
wino.
That's the only prison alcohol I've heard.
Hoocho, you
it's
drink
not
that.
hooch. It's not hooch either. There's a name for it. There's a name for Pruno. Thank you, Vargar Corsair. Pruno.
Bruno?
Give that
Never
guy
heard
a
of it.
sub.
Wow.
How could I forget?
Wow.
Only heard of toilet wine.
To the
I
win.
want you to imagine what happens when Pruno
We now know Vargar
becomes-
Corsair's backstory in one word.
yes, becomes refined over centuries to be like something really fine, right? So this is like a fruit-based fermented hard liquor that is really potent, but it is smooth, right? It's no longer made in the back tank of a toilet. It is something that is
made in the oak toilet barrel.
Yeah, the oak.
Yes.
toilet.
Yes. So this is like
grown at the farm of Boone's.
Yes, exactly.
But it is potent. It might knock a bunch of other people out really, really badly, but you've got this, and I will tell you what, it is nice. It is local.
You know, it may be something that Quint Harlock will invest in taking some with.
Quintlock?
Yes.
Quintlock, yes, thank you.
Yes.
It's like a Pruno brandy. It's very intense. We are going to give you access to our wine and our food and our hearth and our company. You are welcome here in Falaka, and please tell us of your tales. We don't get a lot of outside stories. And then the professor's like, "Oh, I can tell you some outside stories. Actually, I can tell you quite a lot. I am very excited." He's like, our guests, please.
Want the fiction or the non-fiction?
Non-fiction.
Right. Well, then it's going to be a couple more drinks out of you for that.
The bottle.
We have non-fiction.
Maybe
fiction.
They open up the bottle, and the speaker sort of takes a swig and then passes it to the person to his left. And this bottle that you've given is going to be passed around this sort of circle around this table for everyone to drink.
You're supposed to drink it like... Okay, never mind. Have at it. Just do what you're doing. Keep that. Never mind. What is any tradition anymore?
Yes, we believe in tradition. Very much. So, please, what stories have you got for us? What's out there in the world?
Does someone have a poem? Is that what I...
What a great time to bring up the poem.
Derek gets slightly smaller at that question.
And
we have stories, but we have a poem, right, Derek?
Some of the people are like, poetry. Yeah. And you can hear somebody be like, "Oh, I bet this will be dirty," and everyone's like really excited for this really great,
filthy poem.
To save Terica in this apprehension of a filthy poem, because Terica does not have a filthy poem ready, Quint can see it on Terica's face. Quint will stand up and go, it's one called a limerick, where I'm from. I was going through my mind of what is the safest one I can go on Twitch, and I'm sorry, people. I've spent way too much time in Irish pubs.
Never apologize for a limerick.
This has the least maybe censored words, but it's very disgusting. So, there once was a vampire named Mabel, whose periods were eerily stable. Thus, every full moon she'd whip out a spoon and drink herself under the table.
And the room erupts with joy. There's clapping, and the professor's like, "Oh,
that wasn't it.
As soon as Quint sits back down, Terica will lean over and be like, "Thank you so much."
It's just nuts. Maybe if I, a few more of these, maybe I'll whip out another one.
Yes, and then at this point in time, somebody throws another, and all of a sudden, it doesn't take too long before there are dirty limericks happening all over this banquet. It's just they're getting raunchier and raunchier. People are laughing, and it's just
there's the word from Peru, the man from Nantucket. There once was a man named Dave. Did hookers do not smell like roses, etc., 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 etc. Yes,
you know the ones.
You know the ones. My favorite ones. I don't know way too many off the top of my head.
Right, Chad?
And they're filthy. They are filthy.
Oh, yeah.
And there's just quite a bit of that happening for a while, like no business. And like the professor's trying to like
Me too.
chat with you about a dissertation,
Yeah.
but it's like very loud while this is happening. And food keeps getting brought out. There's a lot of, if you are a vegetarian, you will do quite well. There's a lot of seaweed, right? And seafood. A couple of
Salad is
like
salty. Has anyone tried the salad?
yeah. All right. Oh. So we would like to speak with you all as representatives of Drinax. We don't get a lot of access to the stars. It's a level of
Before we
technology.
continue the jokes, Drinax,
Is
newcomer. So
once
we're
was a
not
man
all
from Drinax.
representatives of. I mean, we all are. That's
Ah.
just when we picked up on the way. So it's great poem.
About
So,
myth severances about this.
How is Drinax? What is it like for the people there?
Well, it's not like here. I mean, there are similarities. There's a bit of hope in a world being. And I think he grabs his water and then begins to pace, and like sort of steps out of the bench that he was sort of uncomfortably sitting at as he begins to pace with his water. And there is a certain similarity I see between you all here in Falaka and some of the way we in Drinax do what it is that we do that we call a life every day. The waters above the dome, however thick the material of man-made energy is to make this material that holds back the oppressive forces of what could crush you. You see, there is that ever-waning danger just above, but what keeps the core of this dome warm and cozy, loud and full of laughter is the people inside. As much as there is a difference between location, yours dome deep within, there is also inside, deep within the fog of and the galactic radiation of Drinax. Now there is still that same hope that sings between all of us. The poem that was read today, or said so expertly, was just an example of our two cultures that could then spark the synapse between two very separate worlds.
We've heard a rumor about your land, your planet. I've heard about the great golden floating palace. I've heard that at this place, this wonder of technology floating above the stars, that the people of Drinax, low and high, all live together in this palace. What might have been once a peasant or a noble all live together in the same place. Is that so?
You want the fiction or the non-fiction?
Non-fiction.
Correct.
That is what we've heard about Drinax. It's a little bit different in a lot of other places. And he just sort of looks out somewhere, other places out that way.
Gold is not easy to come by. It's not a material that one could acquire through the working, the sweat from our brow.
You see, it is done by the stars, much like us, you and me. We are all born from the stars, including the gold that is gilded on our ship. But Drinax, though under the fog, there is plenty of it. I see that there is gold here as well.
We have quite a bit of gold, uranium, a number of important metals, minerals. We're sitting on a great vein of many a thing. We've got workers that can build it up. We've got our own sort of stability, with some problems, of course, not inside but outside. We just don't... We can build ships that are... we have the technology to build like a jump-capable ship. We could do great things. We just don't have a shipyard, because we don't... There's only one place on this entire planet that's not underwater. And we don't have that place. And,
why?
Belongs to the Wardens. So, and gives us a bit of a problem getting in and out of this planet. We're sort of... We don't want to leave our homes, but we would like to get our goods to market. And that's not something we can easily do.
I see. The similarities between us are many. Also, this is the point I was willing to make and propose to you all. I will and do plan on proposing this to the Wardens as well. Drinax, with our goal, can utilize this in forms of credits and sponsorships. We have access to the stars, unlike you all here in Falaka, unlike your Warden proves that we even have.
Our Wardens, they're not forward-thinking.
No. It's a mess up there. I spent only an hour to notice the logistical nightmare it is to continue the obsolete traditions they carry up on that mountain. Or it's not even that impressive, the mountain. I've seen some mountains on Drinax. I would just call that maybe an island. But what I'm trying to say is, even with this wonderful community and people you all carry here, there is still such to be... it's not a hard sell for us to get you off of this planet and into market, like you have mentioned.
Problem is, that's... I don't think that the Wardens and their little puppet friends, the administrators, are gonna let us rebuild that downport.
Rebuild?
Make it better, make it more exciting. And that's not gonna get us...
Oh, that is not what I am proposing. I am proposing a high port. Drinax, could erect in atmosphere, low orbit, of course, around number one, as a port for transport for anyone, both Falakian or even Warden, high point, downportian people alike. Your ships that can have these jump-capable ships that you carry also can go and be amphibious as they are. I've seen them. We all experienced the shuttle here. Very impressive. If you could...
don't have many of them. We don't have many of them. It's difficult. You can't really make really big ships unless you're out in space. That's... You want like a good shipyard
make
in
them
space.
here. make them here. This is me thinking. Or in space. We could even have a docking port for that on the station where you could, of course, construct these marvels. And when I say marvels, I mean it is. I have seen the stars and many systems, and the nightmare, the engineering nightmare that it is for a amphibious shuttle is quite amazing that you were able to accomplish this thus far. If you were able to transfer that, translate that into more of a cosmic reach, then you, here on number one, or even Falaka itself, could spur the market for this new amphibious shuttle. You understand? It's very lucrative and could keep you. And if you are making more money hand over fist than the warden, then you could buy your own island. If that is really what you want.
There's technology that nobody on this planet has. To make an iPort like that, you'd need, well, something like a floating palace.
Oh, I'm aware. Would you like your own floating palace? Well, that's what we do at Drinax. We make floating palaces. You make ships that go underwater. We make palaces that float. And they're made of gold.
We've been saving our resources. Sometimes because we can't get them to market. Because they just shut down the funicular, so we can't always bring things up. But we've got quite a lot of resources. We can finance quite a bit the cost of something like that. But we would want to be able to use it, not with some tariff, not with some sort of something fair.
That'd be fair.
Are you asking us to negotiate with the Wardens on your behalf?
No.
Then what do you ask? Speak plainly.
Well, I was actually hoping for something much less ambitious. But, your man, Severance?
Admiral.
I've heard your name, actually, before.
I know someone else.
No, you. You're Severance, yeah?
Right, good. Just making sure.
The Corsair who did that job. It was a casino job a couple decades ago. You were working with an outfit, I think. My understanding is you saw a ship. Something quite big. Pretty impressive. People talked about it. I heard about it. Pretty impressive. Not everybody's able to do something as bold and daring as that. When I heard that not only was it Drinax, but somebody who worked with one of the Corsairs out in Imperial side. That's impressive. It takes boldness to fly the skies and rob from those who are teeming with weapons and too much money and no respect for those who work. That's brave and bold.
It's amazing what you could do with a letter of marque.
If only we had one. But the Empire's long dead.
Only.
But you're proposing that Drinax would help us make a high port.
Yes. Hear me out, though. Not just you, but all of number one. Life beyond the waters is quite marvelous. And there are quite many people beyond this dome.
there's some tensions. The administrators and the wardens are. And there's the current leader of the administrators, not particularly happy about things. But we don't get to talk to them very much. And I don't think they'd ever go against the wardens. I have no problem with the rest of number one using the iPort. But I think that we should be the primary funders of this iPort. Because...
You say we, do you mean you and me? Or are you saying you as in Falaka?
Falaka. Some... high port. Knives? Yeah. How much? Thinking about the treasury? What do you think for a high port? Take a lot? Probably down 1 million credits, but we could probably fund most of it.
It's going to be more than 1 million, I'm afraid to break it to you. It's going to be several billion.
Oh, we have that.
Oh, good.
We have that. But partnership is not bad. I'd rather partner with Drinax. Dragonsdome, the Wardens, they have many secrets, many resources. They have wonders that's old Sindal. The professor goes, yes. That's the thing, isn't it? They have access to old Sindalian knowledge and vaults. They have keys and codes. I need to go to try. He's been going on about...
Falaka's Wesley. Yes, thank you.
I don't mind sharing with them. They don't want to leave the dead skeleton of an old empire, long dead. One that, long may she stay dead, the old Sindalian Empire.
What's...
With their heroes. And their traditions. And their cages. I would like Falaka to control this high port.
Very well. You fund it and control it.
Well,
What do you want?
You're funding it, yes?
I just... But we're providing the technology, so...
Yes.
Shouldn't
They
this be a partnership with Drinax? So we both control the high port. Drinax and Falaka. A union, a representation. You won't have one without our technology.
We don't want GDCO, the way they treat people.
We are not GDCO. Drinax is a rich culture filled with insight and technology and kind people. And some assholes, but kind people. We're seeking to build something beyond simply what's here, to connect with like-minded people who also want to see a world that flourishes and grows. It seems like that's you. And if we were to provide the technology, why not have it be both of us in control of the high port?
Because this is not your planet.
And it's not your space. And it won't be.
It's about sovereignty, isn't it? This is also yours, and you can take it away from us at any time. And then we're stuck here again.
Don't want that.
No.
What would you propose instead, then, in exchange to show this partnership, or in exchange for the sheer technology that we provide?
Please say a poem. Please say a poem. Please say a poem.
Percentage of what comes in and out of the high port.
If you're funding it, then that's a waste.
No, because for pilot, they're right. Your technology will make it happen. So it's only fair that you have a stake.
And if we have a stake, and should we ever have the need arise for this partnership, it would make sense for us to come to your call and for you to come to ours, or to any of the other planets that ally with this same goal of building a better world. That sounds so cliche. To the same goal of living life exactly as we want it to be, not as it was predictated by a bunch of people who existed before us, but as we know we are. So, a percentage, yes, the dollars and cents matter. But what matters more is the alliance with like-minded souls. Would you come to our call?
Mm-hmm. Dragonsdome will still be a problem. Because Corsair Severance speaks truth, is wisdom. They need to be, well, they don't need to be, but it would be better. They are on board. We are one dome out of many. The only dome that is not under their alliance. It would be better for everyone if their very plentiful rockets were not tense. Some sort of understanding. We have the high port, they have the down port, perhaps. Something that would keep them, allow them to keep themselves in the prison of their own past, while allowing us, we would allow them to come with, if you are understanding, to use the high port. Shuttling back and forth from high point to down port would cost, there'd be adjustments, and they would need to be convinced these adjustments are worth it, and let me tell you, they will not listen to us. I originally thought we would just move around them, but I think you're right. It's better. They are
And if
favorable.
And if we make them listen, or come to an understanding, then you will come to our call?
Of course. Yes.
Terica will look at Severance to see, just kind of trying to get where he's at right now. But for them, this works. We just have to, they're in their mind, okay, all we have to do is convince the warden.
I need a roll from you all, from you two together.
Together
Yay!
again.
Roll time.
Do they get a boon for my great limerick?
Oh
earlier?
no, sibling power.
Yes. Yes, you do.
Huh?
You do get a boon from the limerick, because that
Limerick
wasn't
boon.
appropriate.
Yay!
It wasn't appropriate.
You're right. That was
limerick.
an appropriate limerick.
It was much more appropriate than anything Terica would have said.
Uh-huh. You're right.
Terica's poem would do really
what kind
well
of role is this? A diplomacy?
in Dragonsdome diplomacy, and
What?
I think for Severance Broker,
Broker.
Or streetwise, either one actually. Either
Street
one will go.
drugs. I'll go broker.
Either broker or streetwise would work in this
Probably the same.
instance because
Intel. Right? Education.
Oh, do
social
I have
standing,
a boon
actually.
on this?
Find some limericks.
Social is great. You're right. Let's do that.
Social standing, because this is chatting. There is a boon for the limerick. And Severance, you get a boon because you were a criminal at one point in time, and you had a very big score that this reputation has hit here.
And I remember that. Okay,
I went through the entire first session not that long ago and took lots of notes about all of your friends and deeds.
This.
Interesting.
So I have a boon and a boon, or do I have a boon like
So
plus
a boon?
modifier?
You get a boon. So both of you get to roll a boon.
And then the modifier. Do we have a modifier for the limerick?
You get a boon, is what you get.
There's boons.
Okay, perfect.
We're boons farming.
Perfect.
Look, says, well, it's true. Rissa notes it's nice and remember for Sev's actions and not Marymore's. That's what they know.
Yeah, that's so
Sev
true.
was.
Yeah, I was like, wait,
They don't know
minute.
Marymore.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, that's why I was like,
it's interesting, right? And that's the first time Tarika's ever heard anyone talk kindly about Severance doing good things in the world.
yeah, when he was like Severance, and
Where
it's
they
like,
actually would believe it.
Well,
What? Wait, we're talking about the same
Here's-
Severance, right?
this is what I'll say.
Did your dude have eyebrows?
This is what I'm going to say. One, if there's some sort of larger political thing going on,
Number one.
I
Should
bet,
have said that. Here's one thing.
Oh, yeah.
Number one.
yes, there's going to be some sort of larger political thing going on. Seems to be implying your power structure is going to invite the Warden to be representative at whatever talks there be to solidify treaties and all of that. I want also to be invited. And I would like the head of the administrators also to be invited. That all three of the leaders, not just the Warden, are invited to whatever treaties are happening.
Of course. I would have it another way. How do you feel
Yes.
about security and for this port or for number one as a whole?
Well,
Because there is always the option that the Warden and their entire sect maybe continue doing their best at keeping the pirates at bay. Because they have a very good view at keeping the pirates away, except there is a loophole in the entire logistics of the entire planetary jump space. I'm uncertain that they understand how that works. And I'm willing, as the Corsair, to tell them about it. And show them.
I will tell you.
Because if I
Yeah,
was any
very-
lesser of a man, I would get a lot of the ships derelict nearby, and I would then go just past the jump gate, and I'd probably put all of the airlocks together like some sort of shipwreck rat king. And then I think we would make our own little pirate haven, and then we would send smaller ships to come down and maybe even just hang out on the other side of the. I am getting away from
and-
that point. I'm sorry.
We think that everyone should have a voice at the table, and to exclude you would be a harm that we are not willing to tolerate.
All right.
I would also propose that access to the domes be unrestricted, though I admit, considering all of the negotiations that need to happen, that is an unlikely ask to be granted.
Our dome is always free. Corsair Severance.
Your dome is not the one I worry
Corsair
about.
Admiral, Captain Severance. Yes,
Admiral. Good job.
times have changed. Thank you.
I need to mention something. Just to speak. Your pilot speaks well. Your doctor, I've been told, is quite impressive. Nice.
Like the best.
We here at Falaka, if we were to be running
the administrators of this high port, we would care very much about the security of our goods coming in and out of that high port. After all, we could be so much better off. That said, I would think that if a ship run by a well-respected former corsair happened to come into the area, perhaps people might be asking questions about such a ship. We would know nothing. Because here, Falaka, snitches get stitches. So, whatever it is you might be doing in your business nowadays would not be any of our business. You'd always have a place to stay. We wouldn't have seen you.
It wouldn't be your business unless it is your business. And likewise, I would extend the same offer.
We're honest people.
Yes,
But, here's the thing.
I would never lie.
Same. And also, some things may be illegal, but they're not immoral. There was an Aslan woman came flying through here not too long ago. Year 2, 3, 4. She said to me, "Fields must be free." She was impressive. Charismatic. She spoke, uniting the people, those who toil and work. And she's inspirational. I think we could make something good. That said, I got a message from Knives, who would like to see a fight. So I invite your champion to come and meet ours on the dais. This will not be trial by combat. It's not a trial, it's an exhibition. If you agree, then we shall have a great celebration at our dais, your champion versus ours.
No, is that me?
To celebrate and seal the deal.
Celebrate. That's the handshake for you, for your people.
So, who's your
yes,
champion?
that's a yes. Very well. Not me. Who's
I look at
Derek will like,
and I'm like, is it me or you? I don't know. It should be.
Which one is it? It's
It's Harlock with a Q, as I like how the chat was phrasing it earlier.
Yes, I think it would be most appropriate for you two.
All right then.
Expendable.
Sure.
Great idea.
Great idea. I imagine leans over.
Quint, you're promoted to captain. Great. Yeah.
That was easy.
I gave.
We figured that out.
Needed. Yeah.
Then, in this case, your captain and ours, well, Knives, ambassador.
We fighting with blades or no?
Oh, no.
Oh, just making sure.
Yes.
Pipes.
So.
All right.
We shall meet on the dais. Everyone, drink up. We shall have a celebratory exchange of blows. And we'll see your medal. Good. You are welcome here all night. Our revels are legendary. And that's our episode.
Woo! Great. We're gonna open up with a pipe fight next week.
A pipe fight?
Yay! And a talk with an academic, I hope, because I bet he knows where the libraries are.
I bet he does. Don't worry, I'll use my robot arm. It's super
every
strong.
library ever.
He knows some secrets, actually, but that's cool. So he's been very excited to meet you, but Falaka doesn't find him that exciting because he's really excited about like old Sindalian
We're
stuff.
excited to meet him.
He's
Yeah.
like,
He ran that banquet.
They're just straightforward and to the point. I feel like that's just how they are.
we're gonna do our outros. We have a pipe fight during our next episode, and then a little bit of a farewell to number one. Most likely, killing somebody would be bad.
Yeah, I might. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Seals the deal.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
Shed
hit you
blood
with
on this
pipe
momentous
bad.
occasion, right? Is that what?
It's
That's not what you want. Oh, this is bad.
Exhibition
Uh-oh.
fight.
Right.
Listen, they fight, someone gets killed, and then Quintus shouts out, "Get
They live in a
good!"
giant.
Get good!
Giant.
Now it's a real
Dome.
trial by
Random
combat,
sex
and we're gonna
somewhere.
bring in blades, and then I'm gonna kill somebody else. It'll just be a marathon
It's
of
been
murder,
too
and I
long
don't know if
since
I'm
we've had
ready.
a brawl. It just,
They live in a giant glass dome. Of course, they're exhibitionists. Come on.
I know, right?
There's no doors!
And the phallic dome!
There's no
What?
doors.
Yeah, that's it.
Pipe
My
fight in
friends.
the phallic dome.
I
Yes.
have an announcement. There will be no gamblers next Friday because of
We'll be training for the fight.
training for
Yeah.
the fight. I will
Yep.
do a
montage. Training montage.
I'll do a solo episode of something, and we'll be back the week after for a pipe fight. For information from a professor who knows some secrets, and post-exhibition fight dessert between Val and Knives, and
Hey.
fighting always gets people excited. So,
Yeah.
if you would, could you say who you are, where we can find you, give some love, and tell me what your hopes are for the future of number one. And I will start with Corsair Severance.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Corsair Severance. You can find me twitch.tv/Cord, where I stream and stuff. I've been doing a lot of Star Citizen lately. Check me out. Also, check me out on TikTok at This Is Cord. I need to get 3,000 followers so I can stream there. This has been great. There's a lot of fun. What do I think for the future of number one? Well, I mean, I know what the ideal future is. That we build this wonderful golden, it's not going to be golden, spaceport for them, and the Warden just lets us. It's going to be that easy. But what'll probably happen is we are going to have to figure out a way to convince the Wardens, and this is what I'm thinking. The Wardens do security, and then Falaka does this. So, like, even having the Wardens they could still focus their "Hey, no pirates allowed," but in space and not just yelling at clouds, because that's what they've been doing this whole time.
True.
So, I think that will help, and I think honestly the planet will make money, and also the planet will find its way back into being taken seriously, and not just like this. They're there, number one. Let's get you back to your planet. Like, that's what's sort of been happening this whole time, where it's just
At the
hey,
high
sorry, your
point, I want
Tristans
them
are
to sell
dead.
big foam fingers that says number one. Just
Yeah, exactly. That's the branding writes itself. It's gonna be easy.
does.
Hey, where'd you get the big foam finger?
Hey,
and
this is the number one high port
exactly,
in the system.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. My love tonight goes to all of you. This has been amazing. I can't. There were so many great snippets. I can't go through them all. And I've been up since 7 a.m. and I've been working with
Same.
horses all day. And my
6.
brain is dead now. So that's it. So you've all great. Love you all. Thank you.
Rocket, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and what is your hopes for the future of number one?
Oh, who am I? I wasn't ready for this existential question right now. Hey everybody, I'm Rocket Fox. You can find me in all the Rocket foxiest of places, even behind you when you least expect it. As far as getting to the question first, what my hopes are is, yeah, that we all come together around the campfire that is on the high port, singing songs of love and union, holding hands, roasting marshmallows. What I think is going to happen is I think we're going to start a planetary civil war. But, you know, sometimes systems got to change and you got to break a few eggs to make a democratic omelet.
Democracy,
Anyway.
exactly.
Democracy, ooh, it's tricky. They got wardens.
Well, they don't have to if we get rid of them. Problem solved.
Yeah. What's at this point?
Warden who, right? But yeah, as far as love goes, I agree. Everyone is amazing. I do have to say, Lindy, that limerick was amazing, and I somehow haven't heard that one, and I
I've got limericks for days.
laughed heartily, and it was amazing. Also, Greg, you're living your dream. You're living your dream with Knives, and I for one appreciate that. I think it's amazing, and you'll love to see it. I know that the Harlock could beat Val in a fight, but I was gonna let it go. You know what? I was willing to bow out, and that's for you. Court, love the diplomacy, the diplomaticness. Also getting up, walking around, like really like describing the scene too, and also having a conversation. Like, listen, I'm not a diplomat. am not a diplomat. So in a scene like that, I, in my meat brain, would be just kind of going over a whole bunch of things, being like, you just do this, come on, just do it, it'll be good. You like it, won't like it, we can, you know. Hey, buddy, who's got 2 finger guns? But yeah, so yeah, love you being able to go into that and make me, a non-diplomat, be like, yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds like something, if I were tuning into C-SPAN right now, I'd be hearing. And
going for.
Ari, I love that you jumped in too. Like, there was this beautiful like father-daughter moment that I didn't want to be making that film, but also like as much as Terika absolutely hates the like having been raised noble, like I'm sure some of this rubbed off, right? Like they would have been seeing stuff like this happen around and being able to like step into that role in a way that I think is more natural than a lot of the rest of us. So I thought that was very nice. Trooper, get out. You're crazy. You're crazy with yourself. But amazing 100% of the time. So boom, done.
Greg, you're up next. Who are you? Where can we find you? What are your hopes and dreams for number 1? And give some love.
Hi, my name is Greg. I play Dr. Valentine Morrissey. Warp Reactor over on YouTube. If you want to see some movie and television show reactions, it's been fun. What is my hope for number 1? Oh, I don't know, that they become our first conscripted planet in the new Drinaxian Empire and Kingdom and all that good stuff. And we seem to be on our way. Love for absolutely everybody. It's a joy playing with you. I missed last week. And I missed seeing all of you, and I will miss next week when I don't see you, but in 2 weeks, we will have ourselves a shindig and some fun. And
a pipe fight.
Pipe fight, right.
Maybe some space piracy.
A pipe fight. Right.
A friendly pipe fight.
I'm too tired and I have too many goofy comments, so before I say one that gets me in trouble, I'm just going to take it on down the road.
All right. Up next... Lindy, who are you? Where can we find you? What are your hopes and dreams for number 1? And give some love.
It me, Laugh Love Lindy. My hopes and dreams for number 1 is to not get my ass handed to me in the pipe fight next week. B, not accidentally murder anyone with my robot arm in the pipe fight next week. And C, that I never have to be the Harlock again on this place. Not that being the Harlock is bad, it's just hard.
And then every time we come back and visit.
Every time I know, every time I hope we don't visit too often. That's my hopes and dreams for this planet, is that we don't have to visit too terribly often.
Don't tell Severance, because we're coming back.
It's okay. Quint will just internalize it. They're great at internalizing things. My love for tonight goes to, there were several moments. Greg and I were just terribly misbehaved today. In our Discord chat, but I think I really got him, because before he typed in the Twitch chat, I had already posted a GIF in our Discord chat of Jack, and because I could tell on Greg's face, the description and his expression, I just knew. That's how long I've known Greg. It's like, oh yeah, he's seeing Jack from Mass Effect right now, and that's what's going on here. I just love that. I also really just enjoyed every time that Rocket has to be Quint and is like just like, I don't know what to do playing you, and it's fabulous. And but the genuine concern with the little psychic thing of like, oh no, please get up. I thought that was great. Just the Baron being all nervous and kept harassing Terika about the poem, and then Terika getting there and then realizing I prepared completely the wrong thing for this event. I loved all of that. Just the, oh shit. Just fabulous. And of course, Trooper, your NPCs and descriptions bring the world to life, and I love it and appreciate it so much. You can find me online, Laugh of Lindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. My Monday game is now bi-weekly because schedules. We finally figured it out. So we will not be having our Monday game next week, but the week after we will. We will on Tuesday, though, be having our Stargate Flames of Hope finale with Trooper as a guest, as a crazy ship AI. Well, not crazy, just a poor injured ship AI at this point. But it's crazy cool. And then no Call of Cthulhu this week because it's the day before Thanksgiving and I have things to cook. So that'll be that. But yeah, if you like Call of Cthulhu, man, oh man, is it getting wild and crazy, and they're starting to really lose some sanity over there on Below the Land of Fire. And of course, you'll find me here, not next week, but the week after. That's me.
And Ari, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and then what are your hopes and dreams for number one? And, do you think that the Warden will be super down with that as well?
Well, we'll find out about that second part. Hi, I'm Ari _adventures. You can find me online here on Fridays, although not next Friday because I will be taking a little bit of time off next Friday. But if you're here in Seattle, you can see me tomorrow at in Theater Sports. I'll be battling it out against some other improvisers, doing the make-em-ups and the hokey hokes on stage. And then the next day on Sunday evening, so tomorrow is 9:30 p.m. Sunday evening at 7, I believe it's 7, we have Genre Box, which is one of my favorite formats of all time. We don't know what genre the story will be in. We get that from the audience, and then we make up an entire story built within that drama, within that genre that hopefully I know and I can add a lot to, or I get to play the fun part of, so that's what this looks like. Okay, I'll move in this way, which is always a lot of fun. So, Terika actually has a lot of ideas about what they want to see happen at number one because they've seen so many things happen that go against the way they think the world should work. So what they would really, really love to see is equal access and equality for everybody on number one, or at least a toleration of being able to go places. There not being any of that sort of harassment. There being access to the upper level or to the new high port, right? And then they want to see a really strong alliance with Drinax, the sort of alliance that comes with an influx of resources and also the sort of like, we will come to their aid, they will come to our aid, and we'll be a better off in a better place. And whether the Warden is going to agree to that, I think will be an extensive amount of diplomacy work to try and get them on the same page. And I don't know how this will go, but I am very curious to know because they have such a deference to nobility, and because of what Terika looks like, and because of their old Zendalian accent, I really wonder how much that's going to influence the negotiation.
Ari, I heard you say
I think we saw
diplomacy. I think you said giant pipe fight wrong.
I did say giant pipe fight wrong. It was a mispronunciation. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I meant giant. I meant giant pipe.
Yeah. Perfect.
Yes. Just put it out there and then fight with it.
7-year-olds.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was awful. I'll say
7-year-olds,
myself out. No, I should stop.
I will note that your poem will do much better over in Dragonsdome, though. If you meet the warden, that'll work out really well. Not the limerick, though. That would do less well. But the poem would do very well there.
I don't know that Terrica knows that. I mean, I think they probably know some limericks because they were a space merchant for a while.
I can give you a whole
but not an extensive. Oh, perfect.
Yeah. But I'm going to say that the original poem would probably do way better at Dragonsdome than, just... Yep. So I'm going to read out our messages. Stormbinder donated 100 bits and said, everyone is here today. Yay. My thoughts. Hawkeye donated 100 bits and said, the Tagonists are here. Trooper is here. Wesley is here. We are here. Let the banquet mayhem begin. As long as you don't mind people eating off the same plate that you eat, you're going to be great. Will TW says, well, that was an intense ending for part 1. I don't know. I feel like you could hang out with the Wardens. They seem much friendlier. You know what I mean? Like, you're very safe. And then we have 100 bits from Stormbinder and Willem to end our session to say, another amazing episode. Thank you all. And thanks all. It's been awesome again. And I am Trooper SJP. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to tell you the following things. I love this crew. I want to say I give love to Ari for the way that when they realized what was going down in that banquet, they were like, okay, I need to suppress my accent. And I saw how Ari was like, nope, let me just change my voice here a little bit so I do not sound as noble as I am. And that was really good. And I want to say great thanks to Greg. The glimpse of the memory was brilliant, right? And sort of the amplification of the moment when the Harlock, Quint as the Harlock, took a knee briefly and was like, no, I'm fine, but was clearly not fine. And was like, no, I can't really, I need to not, brilliant. And then also, oh my goodness, the way in which Severance had that moment when Severance was like, well, you've heard about me? And I'm like, oh yeah. Like, well, like that moment was like, wait, is this Marrymore? Because everyone keeps talking about Marrymore. Oh, it's actually not Marrymore. It's, right. There was that little moment. It was like this beautiful little moment where Severance got to be recognized for himself, actually. And to see that on his face was beautiful. It was well done. And the Harlock. My goodness. You are this really important pivot point, right? The ways in which you're like, okay, I need to know about what's happening with this Aslan woman. And the way you put those things together and the way you just sent over a little psionic message saying that she's being held on Bastion and they're going to execute her. That was just, and the tone of voice that you used was beautiful. So good. I am Trooper SJP. It has been lovely. You should probably know, if you want to find me, you can find me tomorrow on my channel, Trooper SJP, from noon to 2 a.m. It'll be a 14-hour stream, and there will be 4 events. It's my 7-year streamiversary, celebrating streaming for 7 years. And as a celebration, I am running some RPGs, and also I will be doing a musicology lecture, which is for charity, and the charity is the GLBT Historical Society, which keeps queer history alive. And since I teach queer history, the last thing we do at midnight will be a queer pop lecture with music before 1923, which is in the public domain, and we'll be talking about sort of like queer history in the 19th century, the beginning of the 20th century. And our first game, though, at noon will be, well, I'll kick off and say hey, but our first game will be at 1 p.m., which will be Sandman, an RPG from 1985 with Laugh Love Lindy, and also Rocket Fox, and also Wandering DM, who all of whom are in City of Light and Shadow with me. Then I'll be doing a solo game, Chevalier, which is a Gundam game by Susanna Grace, Black Cat Gaming, and then the final game, which will be at 8 p.m., that the Gundam game will be at 5:30. Will be 8 p.m. Will be Twilight Road, which will be a storytelling game, card-based, written by a friend of mine who I've known for ages and ages. So I want to say, come and see the show. Like, it'll be there for 14 hours. I'm going to be there, and it'll be great, and it'll be for a good charity, a good cause, and it'll be to celebrate all, just me being here with this great community. Y'all are wonderful, and I love this crew. I want to thank this crew especially for being here. And if you're not on Rocket Fox's Discord, you should be on Rocket Fox's Discord. And Rocket Fox will be doing like a gift exchange for the holidays. And you should, go and be there and hang out because Rocket's great. Everyone here is great. Support their things. Be cool with them. And we're going to go because I've got a 14-hour stream to prep for. And next Friday will be a solo thing. And when we come back, pipe fight. Finding out what mysterious secrets the professor has. And maybe they'll be talking to the warden. Maybe they'll talk to the warden on their way back. I don't know. But we're going to have piracy before the end of this season. That's it. My friends, special shout out to Will and TW, who's our sponsor at the, or special sponsor who helps really help keep this thing together, and all of you all who help support us. Thank you very much, everybody. And I will catch you all in a few moments. Oh, hey, Magic RPG, thank you for coming in. Thank you, Raiders. We're just about to go, though, actually. We're going to leave. The banquet's going to end with a pipe fight, which obviously it should be. Magic RPG, right. I'm going to chat with you in chat. We got to go. We will take care of you all later. Ciao.